several workshops in association with IIT Bombay under National Mission for Education in ICT. She was organizer for spoken tutorial project of IIT Bombay, and in 2015 she received appreciation by IIT Bombay for outstanding contribution rendered to spread free and open source software in Maharashtra state. She is currently making outstanding contribution of using ICT based teaching and learning methodology in NDA. This involves defining short-term and long-term development plan for e-learning ecosystem at NDA, forming up SOP for conduct of e-learning experimenting, initiating and deploying various tools for conduct of e-class, e-lab, familiarizing faculties with learning management system and utilizing it for career training. She has appreciated by Commander NDA in April 2020 for devotion to all-round grooming of cadet and efforts during shutdown period due to COVID-19. Recently, in May 2020, she has completed course on Universal Human Values by AICTE and is on the way to ensure to inculcate those to the next level. Faculties and students. Chitra Desai primary focus is on continuing education as she in it has become very essential, especially because of the new challenges and technology revolution and its utilization for well-being of the human being. So dear participant, we have such an eminent personality today we have with us. So without taking much of your time, I request Dr. Chitra Desai that we are eager to hear you. Please start the session. Ma'am, over to you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I just want to know that whether you are able to hear me.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. I would like to share my presentation first. And I would also like to thank the principal of your college, Dr. Shinde, for inviting me for this session, and the entire organizing team. I would like to congratulate because it is a 7-day FDP, and yes, it's a long run to have a 7-day FDP successfully done, and you are on the last day, last but one session of this event. So congrats to entire team. I'll be sharing my screen for the presentation. I just want to know that whether it is visible to all of you.
Yes.
Okay. So my topic for today's presentation is recent trends in computer science and research. There are various areas that I have tried to touch in this series. But before going to that, I would also like that during this entire session, because I want it to be interactive. So if anybody has any questions, they can please drop those questions into the chat box so that I can answer those questions wherever it is required. Starting with research, we are talking about research in computer science. So research, when we say, we know that we are looking out for solution to certain problems, or we are trying to solve a problem or trying to deal with a situation wherein we go into detailed investigation of a problem and find certain facts based on which we may make our opinions, or we are trying to obtain certain insight into the details of that study. Yes, any problem?
Ma'am, share your screen, ma'am.
Share your screen is not visible, ma'am.
Oh, okay, just a minute.
आवाज येतोय, म्यूट करा ना.
Is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You can proceed, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Please make it full screen, ma'am. F5.
Okay, this one, full screen. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, okay, ma'am.
Okay,
It's okay.
okay. We start with research. We were talking about, yes, we are trying to find certain solutions to certain problems, or we are trying to get insights or opinion into a particular problem. So we follow systematic investigation into that problem, so that we call that it as a research. It is nothing but it is a detailed study, especially in order to reach to certain conclusions based on our understanding and the information that we gain through the entire process. Definitely, we are talking about research in computer science. So, when it comes to computer science, we know that basically, if we look how the computer science has evolved, systematic understanding from 1940s, end of 40s, if we looked at today's date, we are looking at how we are going to have the automated processing and manipulations of data done with the help of protocols which are set. So every research that goes in computer science, it started with that understanding of getting more and more algorithmic efficiency to a particular problem, giving efficient algorithms for searching, storing the data, or having the encryption that can be done into the data. Now, while we are looking at all this part, today we see that computer science has also become an interdisciplinary field. Because if we keep only computer science as a field, probably that may not be much valid to do research, because with the advent of artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, blockchain technology, and all those things, where we see that interdisciplinary applications have come in, the scope of computer science research has widely increased over a period of time. And if we are trying to get into a research of a particular problem, for example, if we say we want to do research in medical technology, then in that case, yes, some insight into the medical field is also required. May not be the expertise of that level, but we are trying to develop the expert systems using computer science. Then yes, we need to understand minute nitty-gritties of those problems also. So the challenges that come with computer science applications is not limited only to the field of storage and efficiency of the algorithm, but also we see that interdisciplinary aspect has getting involved into the field of computer science. Another important thing that we see when it comes to computer science is that lot of data is being generated over a period of time. So with this huge amount of data, we see that there is challenges that comes in terms of storage of data, analyzing those data, then getting the analytical output from that data so that it can be fed to some other systems. So the moment we see the massive amount of data is being generated, and when we want to do research on that huge amount of data, then yes, as an user at a college or university, we are looking out for certain challenges to resolve our problems for the research that we have taken, taking into account the huge amount of data storage that will be required, and then processing and testing that data. So with this basic introduction, I would also like to introduce you that throughout this session, I'll be giving touch to quantum computing, what are the areas or things that are going into quantum computing. Then I'll also like to touch with cryptography, wherein we will touch quantum cryptography once we have understood a little bit of what we mean by quantum computing, because cryptography is an inherent part of any of the systems, because security is something that is required when we say that yes, when I'm engaged with some sort of communication in an insecure communication channel, then yes, cryptography is an important aspect into that. So again, a wide scope of research comes into this cryptography, so we'll have a slight insight into that also. Again, to the bit of advanced level, we'll get a insight into blockchain. Then cloud computing we know, but next to cloud computing we see today edge computing is coming up. Then artificial intelligence with the flavor of data science and machine learning. And lastly, the human-centered design. So in this next 1.5 hour session, I'm trying to justify some of the aspects of research that are related to all these areas. And I would be very happy if we could have interactive session in chats if you can post certain questions, and if I could answer them, I would be very glad for that. So starting with quantum computing. When we look at the computer data, we have seen that we have worked with bits and bytes. But when it comes to quantum computing, it is the qubits. Definitely, when I'm talking about at a very broader level of research, I will not go into minute details of this topic. But yes, we need to understand that when quantum computer comes and when we want to solve these problems, it is not possible with the help of small computer system, but we require some large systems. And when we require this large system, if I am planning to do some research in computer science with the topic quantum computing, I have to definitely give a look that what are the resources that are available, or how the resources will be made available, so that, and not only the resources in terms of the technology or the support, but in terms of funds that will be required, so that I can do my PhD or research in quantum computing. So quantum computers, which we see that they are meant for solving the problems where the otherwise supercomputers may take millions of years, then you can imagine the computational speed that is being given by these quantum computers. And if you are trying to do research into that, then you have to understand that given one traditional or conventional problem to me, which is being solved by today's powerful computers, how it will be solved by using the quantum computers. So the vision that goes with the research that you want to adopt with quantum computer has to start from the conventional system to the approach that it will reach to the uh, quantum computers. With a small example, in the case of cryptography, I will help you to understand that how we go, because quantum cryptography is one small aspect of quantum computer topic over there. But there I will give you a complete idea about what I mean to say when we start from the conventional system to getting into the quantum computers over there. So qubits by its nature, they are of such a nature that it gives you an ultimate powerful technology that will help you to get the power of hundreds of or multiple supercomputers together. And now today, when as I started with that, we have huge amount of data with us and we want to process that huge amount of data. So quantum computers are looked forward in the way they will be completely transforming this data science, because they have the potential to accelerate the development of artificial intelligence, the virtual reality, big data, deep learning, medicine, encryption, all those things what we see that there's a future for quantum computers, and lot of developments by huge companies are also going on that side. The downside is that quantum computers are currently incredibly difficult to build and sensitive to interference, because now this Google AI and NASA recently published a joint paper that claimed that it has achieved quantum supremacy. So when we say that it has achieved quantum supremacy, means what? That they have claimed that they are able to process calculations in 20 seconds using the quantum computer known as Summit, which approximately would have taken 10,000 years by our advanced classical computers as on date. So if we see the strength of the quantum computer with this achievement, which is claimed by Google AI and NASA, we see that yes, the power of quantum computer is widely increasing. Also, companies like IBM, Microsoft, Google are in competition to build reliable quantum computers. Amazon and Microsoft are already offering cloud services for quantum computing. So if you are looking for the uh, research in this area, definitely you will like to pick up the cloud services for quantum computing. Our understanding that yes, if the services are available and if I want to do, because setting up infrastructure to do research on quantum computers is may not be affordable, may not be available, because you need projects at the level of universities that have the setup for those quantum computers. But yes, if you want to do some research onto quantum computers and if you are looking forward for cloud services, that can be thought of in the research area in this particular system. Also, whenever we talk about any research, definitely we talk about yes, something is going on this university, that university, that what is happening in India. what is the resources that are being made in available in India, so that I can go further and start contributing or think of doing some good research. Because I may say that I want to do research in quantum computers, but yes, it will require a huge amount of fund. So quantum computing, you will see that the Union Budget 2020, the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman allocated 8,000 crore towards the National Mission on Quantum Technologies and Applications in India. So if you're looking for a very good research with funded research that can be done in quantum computing, definitely this kind of information helps us to understand that yes, if I want to start with a project, see, these projects of quantum computing, these are not one man show. You can have a complete set of people dedicated to this. They can write some projects, they can get that projects deployed into their systems, and then they can start working onto it. When it comes to funding, then yes, we see that if quantum computers is looked upon as a future, then that kind of financial or funding facility is being provided through this National Mission on Quantum Technologies and Applications in India. And in India, we could see a quite new field with very few projects under works on the new technology. So if you see the initiatives that are being taken by Department of Science and Technology, they have set up a research project named Quantum Enabled Science and Technology, that is called as Quest, with with rupees 80 crores, that is $11.2 million funding in an institute in the southern city of Hyderabad. So again, if you're looking for some quantum computing research in Indian perspective, in India, if you want to do that, then yes, you can visit this institute. You can just check out that how the things are going on. You can also plan for, yes, if they are doing this massive amount of research or some contribution to quantum computing, where you can start from and contribute to it. Now, when we say contributing a topic to quantum computing means what? You can think about quantum programming systems. The software engineering methods and tools will be completely different. You can evolve your own set of methodologies and tools that will be required for the future. You can have at least a model which can be stated by you that yes, when it comes to quantum computing, these are the tools and methodologies that can be evolved in software engineering, set of algorithms, their performance metrics. The hardware and software co-designs are also another set of things that are required. One important aspect is the architecture. Often we see that whenever any project, let it be, or research let it be, if the architecture is not set fine, then yes, we face a huge amount of problems in the later phase of the project. So understanding of what set of architecture so that your systems can be deployed efficiently, that is also can be the part of the research in quantum computing. Then communication, then hybrid computing into integrating the quantum and classical computings, cryptography, quantum photonics, optics, optimization, machine learning, all these areas we can see that yes, in some way or the other way, we can find various research topics in quantum computing. Now, I want to explain you that yes, when I want to go for a research in quantum cryptography, for example, then how should I take my approach? I also need to have understanding of something that has been already covered from the classical time period. So I'll just take a small journey from understanding what is cryptography, because further I'll be also touching up with the topic of blockchain. So in that case, also we'll be requiring a little bit of understanding of cryptography. But if you are planning for some research, maybe in cryptography, maybe in blockchain, maybe in quantum cryptography or anything like that, at least this few set of slides, another 5 to 10 slides will help you to understand that yes, if I'm planning for research in cryptography, quantum cryptography or blockchains or something like that, what should be my approach? Now, cryptography, we all know that we talk in terms of the message is encrypted at one end by the sender, and it is decrypted by the at the other end at the receiver. While this encryption and decryption comes in, we see that we have the key to play an important role over here. So if I want to talk about cryptography, simply I will say that it is a study of mathematical systems involving two kinds of security problem. One is the privacy and second is the authentication. So whatever we are going to do in cryptography, it all has maths behind it. And when I say maths behind it means we have a function, say f of x and inverse of the function. So at the encryption end, I will be having the function f of x and inverse of the function f dash x at the decryption. So always in cryptography, we always find such mathematical equations. Let it be using integer factorization, discrete logs, or elliptical curves. We are always talking about this mathematical systems, and this mathematical systems form the basis of cryptography for setting up some security related measures for privacy and authentication. Now, one more important thing that I want us to get to know, that when I say insecure communication channel, so what does it mean by insecure communication channel? See here, Alice wants to communicate with the Bob. Now, in this case, Alice has some message X that is to be encrypted with the help of the key, and it is sent to Bob. Now, while because it is encrypted with the help of the key, this X becomes 1. Now in between, now this is my communication channel. Now when it goes from the sender to the user, in this communication channel, you'll see that this Y, if it has been attacked by an intruder, he will get this Y, but he will not get the actual X. This K may not be available with it. I'm saying may not be because he is a hacker. He can find the ways and means for finding the K. But let me assume that I am having the best possible cryptographic algorithm deployed at my end. And so from this X, I am getting this Y. And this Y now that is just traveling through this insecure communication channel is now received by the Bob. Even if Oscar received it, he is not able to see it. And when Bob receives it, he just makes use of his key to decrypt to obtain the X. So with this basic understanding that how this works, we see that when it comes to key, there can be two types of key in cryptography. One can be the secret key and another can be, symmetric key and the asymmetric key. So this symmetric key, we use same key for encryption and decryption, whereas in the asymmetric key, we use different key for encryption and decryption. So when we say different key for encryption and decryption, that concept came in 1976 when Diffie-Hellman proposed that yes, if the same key is going to do encryption and decryption while we are traveling the key also into the insecure communication channel as well as the message into the insecure communication channel, then it may not be safe because even my key is likely to get hacked just like the message that is been hacked before the communication is been established during the key sharing. So he came across with the concept of a public key, and later on in 1979 RSA, the team of this three research scientists in the cryptography, they came up the well-known RSA algorithm. I know most of you might be teaching this algorithm into your curriculum also. So when we look at those problems, basically the problems when it comes to RSA kind of problem, it is based on integer factorization. And when we look at the problems other than integer factorization, those are discrete logarithm. In RSA, integer factorization problem is used. So when I'm using this word integer factorization or discrete logarithm, basically I am talking about solving the hard problem. That is, we are trying to set up an equation into cryptography in such a way that given my function f of x, which will be based suppose on the integer factorization algorithm, if I want to get the inverse of that, where few of the other than the public parameters, the private parameters are hidden from the system, then it is not easily possible for anybody to break that system into a known polynomial time. So when the system is not able to be solved in a known polynomial time, then we say that it is a hard problem. So in cryptography, when you try to do your research, first of all, your understanding should be that yes, cryptography is trying to set up a cryptographic algorithm based on some hard problem. Some hard problem means at one end when you are setting up the key, you have both all the solutions, somebody you are and your receiver is having the details of the key, you are able to solve that problem. But if an unknown intruder, this unknown intruder, for him, if he is trying to get those details, without those details, if he is trying to break the system, then for him it is a hard problem to be solved. So RSA is an example of integer factorization, whereas Elgamal scheme, this Elgamal scheme, it came in 1985, which is based on discrete logarithm. So if you want to do research in cryptography, then you can basically initially start with, yes, there was a symmetric key. From there came the concept of public key, that was brought in by Diffie-Hellman in 1976. In 1979, RSA came up. You can thoroughly study, implement RSA algorithm so that your understanding of how the public-private key combination works, it comes out thoroughly out of it. Then you can move on to discrete logarithm, where this Elgamal scheme, which was brought around somewhere in 1985, that can be studied thoroughly, which is based on the logarithmic equations. Now, when we say integer factorization, this RSA, what we call is a factoring based algorithm or crypto system. It is required that it should have, we say that in RSA algorithm, let P and Q be two large primes. So when we say two large prime, in bracket somewhere it is written as large as 100 100 digit number, something like that we write that. Today we know that we are having few at the higher side also, but yes, when we teach this algorithm we come. So imagine about 100 digit number which is being computationally processed, and then we are trying to work on that. When you start doing your PhD and research, you'll see that in cryptographic algorithms, mod or modulus function plays very, very important role. And if you try to do simple programs using your conventional programming languages, definitely you will find that there are certain limitations to it. But try to use various open source tools like Python and all those things. If you find, you'll find that a massive support for this large number computation is also being provided over here. So because of the development in Python and the related libraries, you will see that the kind of research that we want to do with all this large numbers has computationally become very, very easy with us. Also, if we look at the support that is being provided in terms of Google Colab and all those things, you can open your Jupyter notebooks there and you can start downloading the libraries and working with this large numbers that we want actually to be worked out. So if you have internet and a PC, and on Google Colab, if you are trying to do computations on all those big numbers, you'll find that these things start becoming a bit easier. Otherwise, I remember that 5 years, 8 years back, when we were trying to do PhD or research onto this, we were finding a lot of problems with our PhD students, where computation of large numbers was a big challenge for it. The tools that were supporting large numbers were a big challenge for it. But today, now these things have become a bit simpler. So we see that yes, when we are moving towards doing some research at advanced topic, using the cloud services, a lot of flexibility has been provided for us. Okay, coming back to this RSA. So now today when we look at this RSA algorithm, when we talk in terms of this prime numbers P and Q, we say that it should be at least 5 1 bit long, so that n will be 5 1 2, this is 1024 bits modulus. It will help us to support that. I don't want to get into the details of this algorithm or something. I just want you to understand that when we talk about doing research into something like in topic of cryptography and all those things, then factoring in this the size of the numbers and the computational resources that will be required for us, these things they play important role over here. Now, while we say that yes, based on factoring algorithm or something, this integer factorization based algorithms are based, then there are also techniques which are there to crack these systems. So in cryptography, we say that we have cryptography, and in that cryptography, basically we have the cryptanalyst also who can get into those algorithms and break it. So if you're doing research in cryptography, you can have someone who is trying to create a cryptographic algorithm. At the other end, you can also have the researcher who will devise methods and technologies to see to it that how he can break those things. So if you are trying to look into that kind of problems and solutions to it, you will see that with the help of pollard row, pollard p-1 or number sieving, you will be trying to attack onto this algorithms which are based on integer factorization. Similarly, when we talk about discrete logarithm, don't get into the mathematics behind or this if you're looking into it. But yes, those who are maybe very much interested into this, they can have a brief idea out of this particular problem. Here, my objective is not to tell you about cryptography. I'm just trying to tell you that when you are traveling a journey towards from one particular problem of classical or conventional system to the recent trends that are going into the system, we cannot leave aside the conventional system. So how we travel, that is the basic thing that I want to tell you. So here you will see that there is a equation that has been given for the discrete logarithm. Here number x is called the discrete logarithm of h to the base g and is denoted by this. So our job will be using this equation, how we set up the system where the discrete log can be used. And again, to attack on this discrete logarithm algorithms, we have trial multiplications, Polyg-Hellman, baby step, giant step, and index calculuses. These systems at the other end to attack this. So in conventional systems, we see that we have public key crypto systems which are being constructed, which depend upon the hardness of mathematical problems like integer factorization in case of RSA and discrete logarithm in case of algorithm algorithm. Now see here the word I am using, if you look at the heading also, these are the conventional public key cryptography. Now there are certain limitations with this conventional cryptography. See, now we are giving a research angle to it. Yes, everything will have limitation at one phase and we overcome into the next phase, and that is how we progress. And we say that yes, we are doing research, we are trying to get insight, and then we are moving towards the development. And that is how in industries also you see that R&D basically R is the research and then the development at the next level that we aim for. So the problem with the conventional public key crypto systems, if we take an example as, we find that the key size in this conventional systems were very large, and in order to meet the high level of security requirement, we had to set that key large, because with smaller key we saw that there are algorithms which can break these keys also. So if the key is small, then it is possibly that it is possible that somebody can break that key. So we want that in classical algorithms we keep the key as long as possible, so that we ensure that high level security requirement is there. But think about a very large number and then the computations based on that. If this has been done, then the amount of resources that will be required will be very, very large. So in that case, it will slower the speed and consumption of more bandwidth will be seen in such type of algorithms. Now, why this lower speed and consumption of more bandwidth? Because we are traveling into a communication channel. So this aspect has also to be taken into consideration. So to give a solution to this problem, this elliptical curve crypto system that evolved. So this elliptical curve crypto system, which when it started initially with some lab research, later on we could see that it has captured most of the recent developments into the system. Like in Bitcoins, you can see that today at the backend, the elliptical curve is being used. So again, if you say that yes, in conventional system, we understood that there is a function and there is an inverse of a function. So what is this elliptical curve as such? Basically, elliptical curve will help you to get certain points that will be exactly opposite to each other. See here, if I say this is my point for encryption, exactly opposite to it, I'll get a point for the decryption. This one next to this. So that means if I'm trying to plot all these points using some function, this is the elliptical curve equation. There are certain constants that are there for this elliptical curve equations. So you'll see that this we get symmetrical point. So if I try to obtain the symmetry of this set of points, I'll see that one set will be helpful for me for encryption and another set will be helpful for me for decryption. So again, there is again lot of mathematics behind this elliptical curve. So if you're again going to do research into it, first 1 month probably you will have to get into understanding the entire maths behind elliptical curve, understand how this equation functions, what are the constants, and then yes, you can move out for the deployment of those. Why these elliptical curves are gaining such importance? Because you can see that lot of applications in bitcoins, or you can see even in the Austria's national ID cards, then the several locations in the TLS, as well as certain positions in SSH, you will find that applications of ECC are being observed over there. So if you are looking for certain research in this areas, you can study these applications, where this are deployed, how it is being observed, what are the improvements required, what are the limitations that are presently available, and how I can contribute to that. So these applications help you to understand that aspect and plan your research accordingly. Now, again, we started from conventional, then we said that we had modern cryptography. But in modern cryptography, also now we want to move ahead saying that yes, let me think of something that is called as quantum cryptography. See, why we want to think about quantum cryptography? If we say that using some modern cryptography or conventional cryptography algorithms, I have devised an algorithm which will encrypt my message, and it will take several years, even with the most powerful supercomputers available today, to decrypt that message, several years. So the importance of a message is for a particular time period. After certain time period, even if it is hacked, it has no meaning over there. So whenever we devise any cryptographic algorithm, the severity or the information, how it should be secure, up to what time period and up to what time period that importance lies, that also plays a major role over there. Now if somebody claims that yes, using this particular technique I can hack the conventional or modern cryptography, but it will take 10 years of time period, 100 years of time period, or 10,000 years of time period. But now our challenge is that if quantum computers are deployed, wherein we saw the example wherein it was claimed that in 20 seconds the quantum computer is able to attack, or it is able to do those computations. So not attack, sorry, it is able to do those computations which otherwise the today's classical supercomputers would take 10,000 years. Then you can imagine that if it is my mathematical equation, because we saw that cryptography is based on all mathematics. If it is based on mathematical equation, it will be just a fraction of second for me to crack the cryptographic algorithm which is based on conventional functions and inverse of their functions. The quantum computers will do for me in few seconds, that task will be done for me. So if my system is a conventional system and somebody from outside is trying to attack my system using quantum computers, and using quantum computers, if he's going to attack, he will immediately break my key and get the data for his use. So today when we are looking for research trends in particular this direction, so if quantum computing is evolving, then tomorrow the strength of an system will be defined on the basis of how effective and practical utility of this quantum computing has been deployed at a particular organization. Because if that has been deployed, definitely they will be 1,000 times powerful, because your conventional system can be easily attacked, easily captured upon by the help of this quantum computer. So the role of quantum cryptography now gains important over here, because yes, if I have quantum cryptography, definitely there will be some mechanism for me to secure my system using quantum cryptography. And then yes, quantum to quantum, then it will be not that easy for anybody to because that level has to be matched over there. So traditionally the cryptography security which relied now on mathematics, now the computational effort has made us realize that yes, I want that quantum cryptography should be there in place. Now what does quantum cryptography do? It will use photons, and it relies on the laws of quantum physics instead of extremely large numbers in the cutting edge discovery, which seems to guarantee privacy even when assuming eavesdropper with unlimited computing power. So the problem that we see here, that if we say that we have unlimited computing power, then yes, for that this eavesdropper has an unlimited computing power, then with the quantum cryptography, we should be in a position to deploy a system which will help us to come up with a secret communication system, so that it will make the system more secure with the help of the assurance of the inviolability of a law of nature. So if you are trying to look forward for some research in quantum cryptography, you will have to understand that yes, I want to work on qubits. There are it one pad system is there in cryptography. When you start studying that system, there is one paper called as quantum cryptography, a review written by myself. If you search on internet, you will get that paper. In that I have very if anybody is interested in the area of research into that, you can go a systematic way of understanding of how quantum cryptography is related to the conventional system, and then using qubits, how we deploy that system. You can find a simple flow over there which will help you to gain understanding into quantum cryptography. So here the objective was that we started with cryptography, we started with conventional, modern, and then we reached to quantum. So when we are doing any research with quantum computing, again I would like to remind you that it requires high cost, because we will require very large custom made computers. And if you want to make very large custom made computers, yes, there are funds. Indian government, at least today in 2020, I can say that yes, you can think about getting funds which have been already allocated for this particular kind of research in quantum computing, and you can go ahead with. Also, the error rate increases in this with the increasing distance. See, we are talking about quantum computing, or say particularly I'm talking in terms of quantum cryptography. Things are going to travel in the communication network. Then yes, we see that there is a limitation to the distance that has been covered, and then the error rate associated with it. So you see that a massive amount of scope is available when it comes to doing research into quantum computers. Now, because we have got a little bit of understanding of what is cryptography, how the things are moving, how the trend is going from the quantum computing to then small aspects related to every computer field. Also, blockchain is something you must have frequently heard about. So it is nothing but a technology that underlies the cryptocurrency network. I hope most of you have come across this cryptocurrency, and there are a lot many challenges also when we hear certain news about this cryptocurrencies that are been in use today. So it may be seen that when we talk about a blockchain network, what does it comprise of? It comprises of private key technology. Now see, because you have seen cryptography, now we understand here, yes, when it comes to blockchain networks, then we need to combine the private key technology, the distributed networks, and the shared ledgers. So confirming and validating transaction again is a crucial function for this blockchain for a cryptocurrency. So looking for the research opportunity in blockchain, then yes, these three aspects you have to take into account, and then you have to also think about yes, let me focus on one aspect. See, we will be doing research individually. You have to decide. You may have a guide where you can have team of people working on a particular set of problem, and then that guide divides that problem to different set of his students, and yes, you have a big system to support you and you are working onto it. But when you're doing it at one particular topic as an individual, if you are doing a research over there, then definitely do not keep the spectrum that wide that later on you find that it takes huge amount of time, that you are not able to finish that research. So you have to have understanding of, as an individual, what up to what extent I will be doing a research, as a team up to what extent that research is achievable, how the data will be available to me, what is the support mechanism that is been given to me. All those things have significance over there. So when it comes to topic like blockchain and all those things also, if we see that these are the components of it, you can focus on one component of it. For example, if you say that yes, private key is one aspect of it, then to have this private key, we know that these cryptographic keys are being used at the backend over there to conduct the online transactions. So in this case, if the cryptographic keys are used at the backend, you will see that each of the individual will hold two keys. One of this is the private and one is the public. So here, when we say public and private key, simply Alice, which has his own public private key, and Bob, which has his own public private key. So Alice wants to communicate with Bob. What he will do? He will take the public key of Bob, encrypt his message, send to Bob. Bob will take it his private key and decrypt that message. Simply that communication takes place over there. So this understanding of the things, then understanding that what are the limitations into the current or applications into the current blockchain technology, you can start working with this private keys and deployment of those into it. So this can be one research topic. Another, when we talk about distributed network, so digital signature is again a one step ahead into that. So we may have an hash function. It is again, if you want to go for digital signatures, then yes, first thing is the cryptography. And then we have the hash function. Using those hash function, we have this digital signatures. And in blockchain, basically, the digital signature plays a very, very significant role over there. For a large network of individuals, who want to validate or reach to certain conclusions, then in such cases, conclusions, not conclusions, means they want to confirm their transactions. So in that case, this digital signatures play very, very important role. Again, the process of confirmation, as I told you, we have A and B, and then with the timestamp and all that information, this transactions in the process of confirmations are being confirmed into the blockchain technology. So if we look for the scope that is available in this blockchain technology, we see that apart from cryptocurrency, there are far-reaching applications across many industries. Many industries are looking forward to have blockchain technology into various applications. If you give a Google search, you'll see that many industries are looking forward for that. Blockchain is already used to facilitate identity management, smart contracts, supply chain analysis, and much, much more. So, if you want to pick up one aspect identity management, or one aspect smart contracts, or supply chain analysis, you can see that in each of this word you can do a complete research onto it. So again, you have to start identifying papers that works onto smart contracts, and yes, who has done what all work onto smart contract. And yes, my research topic is blockchain. Starting with my fundamentals of cryptography, I reached to the concept what is called as blockchain, and now I want to get into more minute details of it, say smart contracts, and the work done by many people, limitations today that are being observed, and what I want to do into it. So like this, you can find scope for the research that is the need of an hour. The potential of blockchain technology likely remains to be discovered as on date, because it is a new technology. So this is something I might be telling you, but when you start reading yourself, you may find several points that can form the research perspectives in terms of blockchain technology. Also, there can be technical areas when it comes to implementation of blockchain, security mechanism, the performance of the system, the data integrity, privacy, and scalability. In each single word, you can do a complete PhD when it comes to the topic of blockchain. So now it is your vision and your understanding that you want to do. Like if I say this, let me take this one particular last statement. And if a guide has 5-6 students, he can give one topic to each of that PhD student, and they can think about blockchain first at a very abstract level, and then getting into a very convexly you are moving on to the minute details of each of these aspects into blockchain. So this way you can think about moving into the research into blockchain. Now again, when it comes to communication, we see that a lot of devices are there. We have cloud services, everything. But definitely during this lockdown period, sometime we have faced a problem that, yes, though I have an internet connection, though there is a signal, but sometimes this fails. My things are put at an hold. It stops me for completing the certain set of activity or the action that was desirable to be completed at one particular point of time. So to resolve such kind of problem, it came out something that is called as edge computing. So here, if we look at the definition of edge computing, it is a part of distributed computing topology in which information processing is located close to the edge. When I say close to the edge means what? I'm talking about a device. It can be any device. See, if you look here, there are several devices. My mobile handset is one of the device. My laptop is one of the device. So close to the edge means what? My device. Your edge means my device, at where I am initiating some transaction, where I am initiating some action. So close to the edge, where things and people produce or consume that information. So I may be the consumer of the information, or I may be the producer of the information, but that is done where? It is done on my device. So that device forms the edge for me. So at the basic level, edge computing brings computation and data storage closer to the device where it is being gathered, rather than relying on central location that can be thousands of miles away. Because we know the moment we want to travel and communicate at a larger distance, then yes, there is a possibility that there is some failure in between and the things may halt over there. So this is done so that especially real-time data does not suffer latency issues. Basically, what we are looking forward for when we say that we want to use edge computing, we want that the latency time should be reduced over there. That is the basic objective we see into that. So in addition, companies can save money by processing the data locally and reducing the amount of data that is processed in centralized or cloud based location. Because we know that if I'm going to hire any cloud services, I have to pay the charges accordingly and so on. Also, when it comes to using resources, I count it in terms of the cost that is associated when it comes to use huge amount of resources. So now when it comes to this devices which we call as edge devices, this edge devices have the edge nodes, and then comes the cloud. So when we have understood this basic thing of edge computing, we also need to understand that why we are saying that yes, in recent trends, edge computing is one of the technology that we are looking forward for, because we see that the fast growing technologies, that is wireless, 5G wireless technology, and the virtual and augmented realities, the self-driving cars, all these things when they are coming up, they are having the capabilities to support you with the help of this edge computing, because we want the support of this edge computing to take the optimum utilization of this IoT devices that are coming up into the system. So in 1920, it is predicted that that the need for on-demand compute and real-time application engagement would play a role in driving the growth of edge computing. Now, when we say that driving the growth of edge computing here, basically, I want you to think about this 5G technology, this IoT, and this edge computing. They go hand in hand because they need support of each other. And when we are talking about research in this area, we will have to understand that what are the companies who are doing this. Because if I say that yes, let me read some theoretical understanding of edge computing and start doing it, then where I have to start and where I have to end? No, that cannot be done, because things are moving very fast. The research that has been done at the industry level is also very fast, and there are giants like Google's and Microsoft who are into this industry. Even you'll find Cisco, Dell, Hitachi Vantra, Edge Connects, all these companies, they are contributing a lot into this. So when you want to do research in this area in edge computing, first of all, you will have to start with identifying the white papers that may be made available by this companies. What are they doing, how they are doing, what they have achieved, what are the limitations that are being seen as of now. That has to be looked upon. Also, if you are interested in having your own startup in this edge computing, because it has got a very practical utility directly at the business front, if you look ahead of, you can do your research, and yes, you can say that research I'm not going to do as a part of just for some submissions or some score into my API, but yes, I will be doing it for some my overall completely new development in terms of the startup that I'm looking forward for. So this big companies, they are also supporting a lot of startup. There is a market growth that is being seen into the system. So the support which the big companies are providing, the market growth that we see, the amount of percentage of CAGR that we expect in 2022, all these things that tell us that yes, that edge computing is been driven by mobile computing, it is driven by IoT, it is driven by the 5G technology, and around 25 billion devices which are which by end of 2020 are expected to get connected to the systems with the deployment of a 5G technology, and all those things will bring a huge scope to the edge computing. Again, when we talk about this edge computing, lot of information that we gain is from the national international sources. So when it comes to India, we see that the global market of edge computing is growing at a CAGR of 54%. That is from 2018 to 2025. It is 2025. It is expected to have this kind of growth, keeping in mind the potential of the segment of the India's tech sector. Companies like Pentasen, which is a Bangalore-based company, then the Octar, which is a Delhi-based company, Lab to Innovation, which is an incubation started with from IISc, which was founded in 2015. Syn Context, founded by Vishal Jain in 2015, and they have their startup in around 40 locations overall. Smarter homes, I'm giving you this information just that yes, if you want to start your research in edge computing, these people who have started their startups in edge computing in India, this is the growth that is being expected from 2018 to 2025. And yes, this can be the sources from where you can start understanding that how the development in the field of edge computing is moving. Yes, again, when it comes to edge computing, then privacy and security, this is a very important aspect that comes to our knowledge. So again, having the VPN tunneling, then how to have security mechanism at the IoT devices, then how we have to ensure that a centralized cloud-based system, I will be having my security mechanism deployed. Again, a huge lot of scope in terms of privacy and security research that can be thought of from the edge computing perspective. Now further, different devices require different processing power. Again, if you're somewhere inclined towards a bit of hardware and all those things, you can also think about research from that angle, that the processing power, the consumptions of power, electricity, your network connectivity, how this have impact on the reliability of edge devices. Because there is not a one known single device, there are multiple devices that in different forms that get connected, and they will have their own performance measures over there. So you can take up a particular sector, a particular area, and based on the devices that are used as edge devices in that particular sector, maybe a medical sector, maybe a chemical laboratory over there where certain devices are used, or mechanical systems where we have CNC machines, we take the input and have configuration with the calibration machines and all those things. So there's a huge scope which we see that is there in terms of processing, network connectivity and reliability of those aspects that are to be measured. So again, in this we see that yes, if I want to do research in edge computing, I can take up that part also. So this makes redundancy and failure management crucial for devices that process data at the edge to ensure that data is delivered and processed correctly when a single node goes down. Now, when we say that I am doing research in network connectivity, there are multiple devices that are connected in the form of nodes. What if a single node goes down? How it will have impact onto the system? You can also have a simulated setup that can be done and do research on a particular system. So as we have traveled from quantum computers, understanding quantum computing, then getting into cryptography, because security, privacy. Anywhere we go, we are going to have that scope of research from that point of view in any system that which is going to deploy the massive amount of data we talked about, the blockchain technology communicating through the edge computing devices and all those things. All this development, when we see, again inherently brings into it something that is called as artificial intelligence. Because yes, this systems will be supported at the back end with some machine learning algorithms, with some data science insights, and a lot of connectivities from different devices where some sort of artificial intelligence is been deployed. So when we start talking about artificial intelligence, a wider picture of artificial intelligence should be clear to us. I'm sure you all have idea about this, but yes, to start with, artificial intelligence, which I can say that it is a big umbrella. And in this big umbrella, we see that we have machine learning at one end, then we have the deep learning at one circle, and we have neural network. So artificial intelligence has got too many things, like we say the digital technologies which are being deployed under the umbrella of IoT, the data science, big analytics, and all those things. So this all things, they come under this a big umbrella that is called as artificial intelligence. Now when it comes to ML, which is a subset of AI, this machine learning algorithms now tells us to look into the data and classify that data based on whether it is a supervised or unsupervised data, whether reinforcement learning has to be deployed onto the data. So this kind of data, when it comes in front of us, we want to understand that yes, I want to deploy machine learning algorithm from it to get certain predictions, to get certain classification done. Based on this predictions and classification, which are the basic um, uh, steps into any ML algorithm, a wide range of algorithms, hundreds of algorithm, machine learning algorithms are seen into industry. But when you do your research, basically, I want that if you are starting your research in artificial intelligence, particularly in machine learning, you will start with linear regression as first algorithm that you will be studying. When you start with linear regression as your first algorithm, you will try to understand that yes, when I'm doing ML, I need to understand that yes, this is my training data, this is my testing data, this is the algorithm which I'm going to apply into it, how the models are being generated. So all this things, once you start understanding on linear regression, which is used for prediction. See, linear regression I took as one of the point, which is a simple model, which is one of the simplest probabilistic model into the system. But yes, there are multiple regression models, there can be non-linear models over there, so there are lot many such models. So but when you start your research, you start with the basic algorithm that is called as linear regression model, and try to understand everything related to that model in terms of how we fit the data, what we mean by overfitting of the data, what we mean by underfitting of the data, whether the how the data visualization aspect is suitable, how the scatter plots are suitable for me to understand which algorithm has to be deployed. So all these small aspect, when you start looking out from one particular algorithm, that is a linear regression, you understand thoroughly the concept of bias and variances that is associated with your data. And then you start about moving to next important algorithm, that is logistic regression. Because linear regression, it will be used for prediction, and logistic regression, it will be used for classification. You move on to that logistic regression algorithm, which with a simple binary classification type of problem. Later on, you can move out for the multi-class problems also. Now iris data set, if you have if those you are working on to ML, you must have come across, yes, easily this iris data set is available onto the system. You can just pull up that iris data set, which will classify your which is an example of a multi-class problem, which will classify the spaces based on the information of petal length, petal width, as sepal length, sepal width, to give you whether it is belongs to what of the three classes I think they have used over there. So start your things over there. Now, basically, when I'm started with this AI to ML, I'm trying to tell you that yes, when you're doing your research, you start from linear regression, logistic regression, then decision trees, then go to random forest. Yes, these are some of the foundational algorithms in ML that you should go ahead with. Later on, now you think about super vector machines, support vector machine, SVM. Then they are used both for prediction and classification. Then think about using the KNN algorithm, and then think about going for PCC over there. So there are a lot many such algorithms which are available. Then move on to the deep learning and neural network. Then in neural network also convolutional neural network, recurrent neural network, and this thing. So if you say that, yes, I want to do some research in AI or ML or DL or NL, this things has to be traversed over a path so that we understand the associativity between them. And yes, when certain fundamentals are clear, how we move deeper towards a particular problem. For example, if I want to do research on human brains using something in neural networks and all those things, so that kind of level can be easily achieved. At a broader level, if I want to classify that, I want to understand that what is the, if I want to understand that what are the problem statements that are being supported by AI research. Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there some disturbance at some point? Hello?
Hello. हाँ ma'am.
There was some disturbance at some point. There was huge noise into it. Can I go ahead?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, madam.
Okay. So when we
Hello.
start looking at a research perspective at the artificial intelligence, we understand that there are different problem statements that can be resolved using artificial intelligence. If you look carefully
Hello.
at the, yes? Hello? Any question? Anybody from the organizer side?
Hello.
Yes?
Hello.
Hello? Am I audible?
नमस्कार नहीं थी.
Yes, madam.
Okay. So we have research, when we talk about research in AI, we have different problem statements. One is the search, one is the knowledge, third is the uncertainty, then optimization, neural network, natural language processing, and learning. So in search problems, we try to have AI agents that are trying to solve some sort of problem for us. So by taking action in some sort of environment, whether that environment is trying to take action by playing moves or by those actions that are trying to tell us to do certain things. For example, if we are trying to move in one particular direction from point A to B. So this kind of problems, when they are handled, we say that these are search problems. So if we want to do research into such problems, a wide area of papers are available in this, and we can do research in such problem. Another aspect that we can choose for doing research, it can be the knowledge problem, the knowledge based system. In knowledge based system, uh, The idea is lot of that. The idea is such that the intelligence is based on the knowledge. Just a minute, I'm just having some problem with this. Okay. The idea is that a lot of intelligence is based on knowledge, especially if we think about human intelligence. So this AI agents are able to know the information. See, if we look at this particular diagram, we see that we have data, information, knowledge, and wisdom. Now, if I say I want a system with artificial intelligence, definitely I'm looking for some wisdom that has been shown to me by the system, that machine reflects some kind of wisdom. I'm not going to tell everything to the system. So what is the data, what is the information, and how the knowledge is built, and from that knowledge how the wisdom comes up, this is what we are looking at the AIs, at the artificial intelligence machines that we have with us. Another is that we have the robots. In uncertain environments, if we want to deploy robots, we can look out at certain such challenges and research into that area. Also, problems based on optimization. One such example is our traveling salesman problem. So this is also one of the research area where we can think of doing research in our system. Now, when we talk about neural networks, we also have mathematical models which are inspired from the biological neurons, so that we have this biological neurons represented as input layer, hidden layer, and output layer to give the output. So again, a huge amount of scope in this neural network. Then in natural language processing also we can do research, wherein we have language identification, speech recognition, and lot many such prospects are available in natural language processing. Last but not the least, the learning part. So we have already seen, I just told you about the machine learning, which tells us that suppose if I want to classify my mail is a spam mail or not spam mail. So the mail which I have sent to you, we are in communication with each other, we have authenticated that mail, that will definitely be understood as a not spam mail. But something which comes from unknown source, which I had never seen of, that my machine will decide to go onto the spam mail. But now when machine learning model decides that what should be spam and not spam, basically in this case it will be always looking for your what we call as data trail into the network. When I say data trail into the network means what? Suppose if I am a student who is looking for doing MBA, so always I keep on searching for some good MBA course onto the internet. So any mail that comes to me for invitation for some good course, or some good university or institution launching up an MBA course in a particular area in which I am interested, it will never go to my spam mail. But you are somebody to whom that mail comes, but you were never interested into doing MBA or anything, or maybe your data trail speaks nothing about your interest into MBA, your machine learning model will put that mail into the spam mail. So now you see that the machine learning models, these are smart models, wherein user to user, not every mail that comes to me will be and to you. Same mail that comes to me and that comes to you, that will be put into spam. It depends upon the data trail that we have in our networks, that will be used by this ML models to learn and classify it as spam or not spam. So when we talk about machine learning algorithms, always remember that we are trying to solve certain problems which are easily done by human beings and understood that it is of interest or not interest, applicable or not, yes or no. So a lot of 70% of the problems that are being seen into data science and ML, we'll see that these are based on classification and answers to those problems. But if you ask me that yes, whether a machine learning will give a reply to my full page of email in my absence, appropriate reply to that, then no, that kind of challenge has yet been to be reached to that level, that is not been achieved. So when we look at the problems that we take for our research, we have to understand that today the set of machine learning models has reached to what extent, what it will do, or what it is likely to do in the next 2 years, 3 years span, what people have achieved, what yet has to be achieved, and what I can progress from and move ahead into it. So these are the scopes that we see over here. Now again, coming, I have in with every topic I have tried to associate the um, aspect of what is going on in India, because yes, we, when we are doing our research in universities as a teachers and all those, definitely what, where we stand and where we need to move, how we can guide our students, or our research community, if we are working together for a certain goal, we need to have certain understanding of those things. In AI also, you will see that in June 2018, India's national think tank, the Niti Aayog, they released one discussion paper on the transformative potential of artificial intelligence in India. There is a very good this paper, they have released a write-up. Simply if you give a Google search, you will find that, and if you go through it, then what are the prospects that are being looked upon, and what is the research scope that you have. Once you go through that paper, what is the Indian government is looking forward to achieve in terms of artificial intelligence, and where is the scope for research, you will get n number of ideas once you go through that paper. So the paper said that the country could add US dollar 1 trillion to its economy through integrating AI. So this is what it has been looked upon by when this paper was published. And yes, the support or the initiatives that are being taken by this Niti Aayog, you can go through that and you can find a lot of opportunities over there. Then because this prediction has been made and all those things, there are certain challenges also that are being observed. These challenges basically are in terms of the projects that has to be completed, undertaken, and the limitations of the technological supports that are being seen into this. So in pursuance of Niti Aayog has adopted three approaches, that they will be undertaking exploratory proof of concept AI projects in various areas. So you can look out that yes, in their paper, which proof of concept AI projects they have looking forward for. Then crafting a national strategy for building a vibrant AI ecosystem in India. See, when we say AI ecosystem in India, it's a big achievement that we are looking forward for. Because if you are looking for ecosystem, when I say ecosystem, the things has to integrate and grow together. If I say the growth is at one end and the other end it is not there, then the ecosystem will never be established. So again, a huge amount of scope is available when we say that we are trying to build an ecosystem, AI based ecosystem in India. So at what level the consistency has to be achieved while we are developing this AI based ecosystem is a huge topic of research that can be looked forward for. Then also you have to look into the collaborating with various experts and stakeholders which are there, because one-ended research will not work into it, because if ecosystem has to come out, then it will be always the joint effort. So definitely when you start your research into this, you look on for the experts, the stakeholders, and start collaborating with them, and then think about your ideas that can be brought out through the research in the artificial intelligence. I given here the link for the paper that I was telling you by Niti Aayog. You can go through this paper, and from there you can find a lot of information also. Now, these bodies, they have approved uh, 3,660 crore national mission on cyber physical system technologies that involve extensive use of AI, machine learning, deep learning, big data analytics, quantum computing, quantum communication, quantum encryption, data science, and predictive analytics. Now our job is that once we know that yes, this amount of funds are being made available, and if I want to carry research in this recent trends that are moving around us, then yes, financial support can be sought from several agencies, and government of India is actually looking forward for the expertise in this area, so that we can go grab these opportunities, take those funds, have your ideas come true in the form of startups, in the form of your individual research, your university research, and have a very good contribution to the society. Currently, most of the transaction in India is in the form of AI pilot projects. So if you go and start looking up around also, we will find that yes, when it comes to AI, we are at the phase that yes, we are discussing certain points, seminars, conferences are going on AI, and yes, using ML, we are able to find certain solutions to certain small problems. So at a pilot level, lot of such things are being taken into action at the agriculture and healthcare, and AI startups in cities like Bangalore and Hyderabad are seen a lot. So you can visit them, you can understand that what they have achieved, because often when we start thinking about framing even a research topic, we frame it in at a very at such a level, our objective or our synopsis is framed at such a level that sometimes it appears to be at a very high end achieving point, with the limitations we have in terms of resources and the data. So the moment if we give visit to such startups, the researchers who are already into this field, we come to know that yes, there are small problems which are yet to be addressed in the field of AI, that has been applied to the field of agriculture, healthcare, and so on, which can be taken as a research. That itself, that collaboration, that meeting itself gives you the source of data, where to start from and where to move ahead to solve such problems. So this can be one approach that we can think about moving our steps in the field of research in AI. If we try to look at the grassroots level of AI adaptation compared to US or China, then yet we have to achieve a lot in that particular thing, because there are certain limitations that we are facing in terms of manpower and a kind of resources that are required, so that we can have the collective amount of data which is a clean data. See, when we work on to machine learning, we say we train the machine. We train the machine on the basis of what? On the basis of data. So if there is no clean data, so machine is going to do what? It is going to do what you have trained it for. So we have such challenges of high quality data that has to be made available to us and work on. Now, when we say, if most of you who have worked with machine learning and all those things, they understand that in ML, we always talk about the training data and the testing data. So when I talk about a function, f of x, okay, so f of x is a function which is my model, which I will say it is my ML model. Okay, now this f of x, if it is a linear model, I will say it is a y is equal to mx plus c, where m is my slope and c is my intercept over there. So this mathematical equation is my model. And what I do when I say I'm training the machine, I am giving both x and y to the machine. And based on this x and y, both the input features x and the output feature y, I am getting the function f of x. Now, based on the obtained function, which is the machine has learned f of x, which can be a linear equation, logistic equation, any mathematical equation from the algorithm that you intend to use, you get that f of x. And now you use your testing data x to get your y predict for that. Now, look at the very first recent development which I have recently come across, that AI makes video game after watching tennis matches. Think the amount of data capturing that is being taken into account by that algorithm, where a live tennis match which is played by human is a source of training to that machine, and based on that it is making a video game. Up till now we have seen, okay, I gave a supervised data where I have X features and then I have Y, and then I have generated F of X, and then I'm taking X text and getting Y predict and all those things. But here, if you see the development that has reached to what extent, here a live tennis match is being watched, which goes as an input, as a training to the system, and then you are developing a video game out of it. You can just give again a very good YouTube video is available onto how the machine is learning from this. If you give a search in Google, you will get that video available, and you can watch the level of training that has been achieved by this AI systems into that. Another example is that AI software developed by researchers at the University of Oxford can recognize and track the faces of individual chimpanzees in their natural habitats. If you look at this kind of example, again, it gives us a lot big dimensions of understanding that yes, into the field of understanding the habitat of animals and all those things, also this AI softwares are used. Because of this, the researchers who had to spend a lot of time deploying cameras at different locations into the jungles and then picking up data and working onto that, instead of that, now it is becoming very much easy because the system is able to track individual faces of the chimpanzees, which will help them to track the entire natural habitat of it. This is the kind of research that we are able to the support in the research field, which AI has enhanced in different areas like this anthropology also. AI driven tools can automate identification of type of stroke a patient has suffered, as well as the location of clot or bleed. Again, this is a big achievement, recent achievement, which we can see that has been
So this is also very important thing about the metadata. Okay.
yes.
Data about data is called the metadata. What is the
Thank-
metadata? Data or information.
Okay. Okay. What is your question? Data about the data is metadata. Fine. What is the question? Hello?
Data or information about data.
Huh? From data, we generate the information. Okay. And data about the data is the metadata. What is your question? I want to know your question.
Right? So what is the metadata? Metadata is nothing but the data about the data. It is called metadata. For example, just I take an example.
Okay. No, tell me your question. I understood you're talking about data, metadata, which is nothing but the data about the data. But what is your question? You're trying to relate this data and metadata to what question? What scenario? What example you want me to explain that?
Madam, it might be
Shilpa?
a cross connection.
Hello.
Hello? Hello?
Identity. Consider any book, right? Consider any book. So suppose book is a data and I want to find metadata about that book. Okay. So what is metadata about the
See, you are getting into natural language processing in this term. Now, if I want to give one book, first of all, if based on that book, if I want, what is my objective? First, I am reading that book and I am generating metadata about it. Now, while I'm generating metadata about that book, in that case, what we are doing,
जो भी
first
है
of all, it starts with the corpus.
लिख सकते हैं title of the book.
See, listen to me. See, author of the book and all those things, these are the basic
Okay.
information
What
that
we
comes.
can write after this title? Title book को सिर्फ title ही रहता है क्या? नहीं.
Hello.
What is
Hello.
related to the book?
Participant.
तो
Hello.
रहता है ना book
Please
को
mute yourself. Hello.
book
Hello. Am I audible?
और कौन सा डेटा रह
शीतल
सकता है?
ऍडमिनला
शीतल
सांगून
घोटेकर
म्यूट करा,
मॅम.
त्यांना ते लेक्चर घेतात बहुतेक तिकडे.
शीतल घोटेकर मॅम.
Okay. Okay.
मॅडम लेक्चर घेतात त्यांना हे करा सर अनम्यूट.
केले. Hello.
Okay, fine. Okay, whatever is their lecture, but okay, I'll take her one example. She was trying to talk about data, about the data, and suppose there is some book and all that. Now, if I talk about a book
शीतल
which
गोटेकर
natural
नाही
language in
घ्यायचं का
natural language processing, if I'm trying to generate some data about that book, so there can be n number of books. Suppose if I'm reading certain book into a,
टाका ना बरं
suppose
शीतल
Harry Potter
गोटेकर
is a series
केला
of
केला
books. Okay, so in natural language processing, what happens? We have corpus, we generate from that corpus, we have the tokenization, lemmatization, scheming, and all those things are done at the backend, and that huge amount of data is generated. Based on that, further natural language processing goes on. So again, we see that the AI topics in natural language processing, we can have this huge amount of data also at the backend, wherein once a book which has been given to the system to understand that what is the abstract of this book, it can immediately figure out and give the abstract of that book for the author to gain insight into what that book contains and what it wants to say about. It can be about the articles that have been written into the newspaper on a particular topic, and then you want to comment onto it that yes, this is the outcome or the outcoming conclusion out of this article. Even at this level, this AI systems have reached. You must have seen the Twitters also, like today we see a lot of controversial tweets coming up. How do we decide that these are the controversial tweets related to a particular topic? It is based upon 10,000 tweets on a particular topic that are being analyzed at the system and the conclusion drawn out of it. So the semantic analytics has been done onto those systems, and we find information onto those things. So in research in artificial intelligence, we see that we have a lot of such applications which can be thought of. Another example which I have on my screen is retail marketing. During this lockdown period, you must have seen that yes, the retail marketing online has flourished a lot. A lot of changes have come into the system because thousands of people otherwise they had not been, but during this lockdown period they are now going to this online markets and doing the things. So a lot of research you can see done in that particular area. You yourself must have experienced certain limitation that immediately comes out as a research scope for us, that yes, if this, I as a user look out for this thing to be done, I from a computer science field, I can take up this as a topic of research and try to resolve this problem. So when we talk in terms of recent developments that are going around us in terms of AI, that itself every hour a day, our mobile handset itself, when we move from one app to another app, gives us 10 ideas about how research can be carried forward into this artificial intelligence system. Again, a very big move that we see in terms of artificial intelligence are the autonomous vehicles. It has been said that 40% of the mileage in Europe could be covered by autonomous vehicles by 2030. So again, that we can take it in the Indian scenario and see that what we can achieve by 2030, that can also be the area of research. Banking. Now with this lockdown and the pandemic situation that we have come across, there are a lot of changes going on, and fintech is something that we see, financial technology that we see with the support of artificial intelligence and all those things, they have come up. So again, a good amount of research can be carried out with some applications that you choose from banking, finance sectors. So if you get into this website of Business Insider Intelligence, you can see a lot of articles which talks about how the things are moving in terms of AI in the sectors, and also you can get certain ideas of research that can be carried out in this area. It is said that 75% of the banking executives believe AI will transform their industry completely, and 46% of global finance services of are expecting blockchain to improve transparency and data management. So if this is what has been visioned into the banking sector, we can see that yes, the physical job opportunities are now moving on to the physical means, I mean here by the human job opportunities into the banking are looked forward by taken away lot by AI. But does it tells that it is going to take up the job opportunities as such in market? No, the job opportunities nature is going to change in terms of AI. So if you are looking for doing something into the financial sectors, if you are looking for guiding also our students into getting into some sectors with AI technology been embedded, this financial systems, banking, insurance, all these have got a huge scope with the help of this AI and blockchain technology. Another important trend that we see today in artificial intelligence is the emotional AI. Though artificial intelligence might not be able to feel the emotions, but yes, you are feeding it, you are training it in such a way that it is able to understand those emotions. There's one movie called as Her. If you see that movie, in that movie you'll come to know that there is one person who buys a new system which is AI enabled, and then it tells us about how friendly he gets with the system, how the system understands his emotion, and how the journey of the two. If you see that movie, it is it will help you to understand that when we talk in terms of emotional AI. So it is a long back movie, maybe 5-6 years back that movie is there, but yes, something called as how emotions can be brought in to be understood by an artificial intelligence systems has been very nicely portrayed there. Also, intelligence system can now recognize, interpret, and replicate human emotions. This level of research has already been attained. Otherwise, if we talk in terms of understanding human faces or recognizing human faces, all this we had seen, but understanding human emotions is the more smarter solutions that we are looking that has come up. Last year, an experiment of Ohio University found that AI could recognize different emotions more accurately than the human participants. So this is again one big study you can take forward for and try to carry on your research into that area. Next, again, very important trend that we see is the digital twin, where these digital twins are the exact replica of the product, process, or services. Following the maturity of AI, machine learning, and data analytics, the advantages of digital twins have become very, very clear. You can see that in a virtual mode of a process, product, or services, this digital twins, they can be deployed. So what happens if I say that for a particular system which when was deployed, now if I want to do re-engineering of it or reverse engineering of it, this digital twin is going to help me to understand that entire system and try to avoid all those flaws or challenges which or take care of all the flaws and challenges which otherwise would could be the possibility of repetition in the new deployment of the same thing. So with this, what happens, you get a complete simulation in front of you with from the original actual in the physical world in the form of a simulated world, and when its deployment has to be taken, it guides you to how that deployment should process. So again, this is a very good research area that and the trend that you can think about of. Now, because we are talking so much of doing research in artificial intelligence, ML, this high-end technology, you may also wonder that how it is possible sitting onto my system at with a laptop in my hand or something. Yes, things have become easy. As I told you, cloud services are available. Tools like scikit-learn from Python, PyTorch, TensorFlow, Weka, KNIME, Collabs, all these tools which are open source tools, these are just a step away from deployment onto your system and you can start utilizing them. And with those at the back end, most of this are based on either C++ or Java. So when you are writing code into that, like if I say I want to make use of scikit-learn library in Python, So nobody is going to sit and teach me scikit-learn and Python for whole day, for 2 days, for 10 days and 15 days. There are 1.4 lakh libraries in Python. Nobody goes and teaches you that kind of thing. The thing is that you understand that this is the basic structure of the toolkit, and now I have to start learning utilizing the libraries, the support and all those things. And huge amount of helpful document. If I say I want to do neural network using keras.io, everything is available with sample code, how to start, where to get started from, how to deploy, with the the data that is required. For example, this MNIST data, most of you work when you start with recognition of numbers or words. You start with that kind of data. So this keras io library teaches you also, gets you ready for the things, helps you to experiment with certain things, and yes, you can start doing research into it. So when we say we are doing this thing, the things have reached us in the form of tools, and we can start utilizing these tools to the best of our capabilities. While we are doing everything into artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, or neural network, first and foremost understood thing should be that we have to transform our data into actionable insight. Here comes the role of data science. Data science is these are not two different things. See, getting insight into data is what is the data science, but after getting this insight into the data is what you have to apply it. You have to apply a machine learning algorithm or some other sort of AI algorithm or something that you need to do onto it. So what are the steps involved so that you have this actionable insight, that you have your data transformed into the way you want it? First step, always, if you are going to start with research in this field, you collect your data by observing the world and recording your observation. Once that data is available, just try to look at the data, whether it is available into the format that you actually want it to be processed, to be given to your algorithm, what type of input your algorithm is going to accept. Second, then when you plan for your research, after your data is ready, you have to see that how you have organized, analyzed and interpreted that data so that you create information out of it. Luckily, fortunately or unfortunately, somebody started there with the data, metadata. But yes, here we see that yes, when we start with the data, then we go to information, then knowledge, and then we try to get wisdom from the artificial intelligence based system over here. So we combine this information what we got into the second step to create the knowledge, because these are artificial intelligent machines and we are giving them data. So now we want to create knowledge out of it, and this knowledge will be further used for decision making, which is nothing but the action that we aim to make out of it. So what we can take actions with confidence that we have increased the likelihood of achieving our goal. See, ML, it is a probabilistic models that we usually use over here. So we will be always talking in terms of the amount of accuracy level that we have achieved to the goal that we have set. So all these things, when it comes to data pre-processing, cleaning the data, managing the data wrangling, everything, all these things come into data science. One, you have fine crystal clear data, clean data with you, you can easily give it to any ML algorithm or any other algorithm that you are aiming for, or for the goal that you have already set. Now last, I would like to touch the topic that is human-centered design. Today we see that though design thinking is one area that we have come up with, but computers are being used a lot to help us understand and even give a rise to new ideas and entrepreneurs to come up with new business opportunities also using this human-centered design. So first of all, let me explain you that what I mean or what it means by when we say design thinking. Design thinking is an iterative process in which we seek to understand the user. I'm trying to give solution to some problem, but that solution is going to reach certain user. So first of all, we need to understand the user. Then what are the challenges that we are going to face whenever we do research? First and foremost thing are the assumptions. Why we have assumed a certain set of things. Let us assume that. Often we do while we solve certain problems. We assume that because we need to keep certain constants over there. So what are the challenges into those assumptions? and then redefine problems in an attempt to identify the alternative strategies. If I have variable x, y, z, I'll say, let me assume that x is some constant. Then what is how the y and z changes? No, let me not keep x constant, let me keep y constant and see. So what we do in design thinking, basically we are looking onto the strategies and solutions that will help us to reach certain understanding for a given set of problem. So design thinking provides a solution based approach to problem solving. Problem, any problem you pick from the society and you think about solving that problems. So it is a way of thinking and working as a collection of hands-on methods when we talk in terms of design thinking. Now coming to this human-centered design, this basically is about creating innovative solutions to real-world challenges. The basis is the design thinking. And conduct user interviews, synthesize learning to overcome insight and identify opportunities for innovation. And bringing ideas to life using prototype to test with real users and identifying the promising solutions to implement. Now, you must have seen that today, when it is decided that certain set of apps on your mobile are restricted, or you cannot download, or you cannot use it, definitely there are brains who started thinking over that, yes, this is the need of the society, these are the real world challenges. If I develop a particular application, this is what it is going to solve a problem that prevails into the society, and it is going to give an digital solution to the problem that I am looking forward for. That can be done. I have knowledge about understanding the problem, I have knowledge about deploying the solution to the problem, I have synthesized the problem in such a way that it has given me clear insight about how should be the flow of the app that I want to deploy. So today, if I'm looking for this kind of ideas, the prototype you can start building upon, and you can simply think about deploying that prototype as a solution on successful testing of such problem. So when we think about human centered designs, basically it is not restricted to one particular technology or something. It is all about any technology it be, any area it be. You are trying to give solutions with the help of technology. Based on that, that is why I kept this topic at the end, because it is not limited to one particular technology, but it can be anywhere. So basically the phases that goes over here, you have the inspiration phase, where you choose the design challenge, plan and conduct research onto that. Then you have the ideation phase, where you cluster insights into the theme and create the insight statement. Then you have the prototype phase, where you select the best idea, create a storyboard, determine the prototype, start and test it, and lastly you have the implementation phase. Now, while I was telling about this human or when I thought about taking this topic, human centered design, basically one thing that was there in my mind was that when we talk about you computer assisted education system, today we see that if I as a teacher, if I as a faculty want to reach my students, there are several limitations we see when it comes to connectivity in terms of network, when it comes to deployment, when it comes to the security aspect, the content, and so many things are there. So if now when you give a thought process in terms of the phases of this human centered design and try to find solution to the problems that we see around us, at least one problem that I discussed was about the computer assisted education that can be deployed. So there is again a huge scope today we see, where we are not able to get students into the classroom, and we have to contact them, and we want to give them the best possible support as a teacher with the help of technology, so that they keep growing, they keep learning, they do all that what they could have learned from a teacher in the presence of the teacher. So this kind of uh, things also we can think about in our research goals. We can take up certain case studies and problems that are we can one research can be studying the problem areas also. Other can be, once there's problem areas are been identified, how we find solutions to them, and then how we can reach to those. So there are a lot of challenges also launched by various government agencies where they are looking for newer and newer solutions. So we can research onto those and we can, yes, post our challenges. We can do patenting also in that field and bring revolutions to the way the teaching learning can be done with the help of technology. So with this, I will end my presentation. But yes, definitely I'll be open for the questions based on this topic.
Hello.
Hello.
Ma'am. Shall we take questions?
Yes, we'll take questions.
Okay, madam. There is one question from Kavita Hire.
Yes.
What is the difference between edge mode and the edge device?
Edge device is your device. For example, your mobile. You must have seen certain companies making advertisement of their mobile devices powered with edge technology. So that edge device is the device which has got that edge technology deployed into it. But before reaching the cloud, in between the cloud and the edge device, there is a edge node, which is locally in your local vicinity. That node has been deployed. So that is the edge node. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. There is a second question from Sham Ahire. Which institution we get fund for quantum cryptography research in India?
Basically, not institution, but we can say that Department of Science and Technology. You can visit to that website of Department of Science and Technology. So there they have got different sections, engineering sections, science sections, and all those things. So a very good guideline has been given on that website, and to the area that whenever the funds are allocated for a as I told that in 2020 the funds are allocated by the government of India in this particular area. So definitely you will find that yes, through this DST, Department of Science and Technology, you can put your proposal, you can put your fund requirement, and they will invite you there to give the presentation. And based on that, they may allocate fund if they find strength in your project.
Okay, ma'am. Next question is, which institute we can get the research funding in India?
This Department of Science and Technology, AICT, we can also approach private institutions also. You will find that under the this research and development, there are various companies also who invite ideas from the people, and they can support you for funding if they find strength in your idea and your proposal matches their vision also. So every company has got their vision. So if you look at the vision of the company and something that you can identify the appropriate company and convince them that your solution is towards their vision, and that company, if it gets convinced, they can also give you the okay, start my video. That company will also give you the opportunity in that case.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Next question is from Sheetal Aute. Mention some area where current blockchain is implemented successfully.
See, in cryptocurrency, you can see that blockchains are been implemented successfully, but in biotechnology and in supply chain management, you can see the implementation of blockchain technology.
Okay, ma'am. Next question is from Ganesh Machindra. Can we consider a remote sensing under geoinformatics for research in computer science?
See, remote sensing is going to generate data. It is going to capture satellite images for you. So when you are going to take the satellite images as an input for your research, then those images are the data that are coming to your system. So you will be further performing certain image processing onto those data. So GIS is one aspect where you get this remote sensing data from that. So that is one source of data that you are having from it. Then that can be taken as a part of your GIS research also.
Okay, madam. Next question is from Nita Nangude. how we can use blockchain technology in agriculture sector.
In agriculture sector, basically we are looking forward for transactions. Okay. In agriculture sector, if you look at the market that we are trying to communicate, establish communication based on how the agriculture market communication can take place, that can have wonders with the help of blockchain technology.
Okay, madam. Is there any question from participant?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, madam. Okay, madam. Is there any question from participant? Okay. So, good afternoon. On behalf of Maratha Vidya Prasarak Samaj, Commerce Management and Computer Science College, Nashik, I, Uday Vishwanath Chaudhary, take this opportunity to propose vote of thanks. It was very much knowledgeable, interesting, and interactive session given by Dr. Chitra Desai Madam on the topic recent trend research in computer science. As we see, lot of new techniques are coming every day. So as we are teacher of computer science, we should come forward in this research area. Dr. Chitra Desai has focused upon very interesting topics related to the research. She has focused on a topic, quantum computing, and various topics related to the quantum computing, cryptography, public key and private key, blockchain. She has explained blockchain network combine, privacy and security, artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, neural network, optimization. Then she has explained Niti Aayog for getting financial support. She has also given an examples of recent development. Then she has explained AI and blockchain in banking, digital twins, virtual model, tools for AI, then Skit, then PyTorch, TensorFlow, Vika, etc. She has also explained design thinking. So ma'am has cleared all the doubts of all the participants. Definitely ma'am, all this will help we people for doing the research. It also took attention of all the participants. Hope that this session will be very much useful for all our participants in their practical life by doing the research in different research area. So I thank Dr. Chitra Desai for such a wonderful session. I also thankful to our principal, Dr. S.N. Shinde sir, for organizing such a beautiful FTP. I am also thankful to our coordinator, Professor Amit Mogal, for coordinating this faculty development program. I also thankful to entire organizing team of CMCS College for organizing and helping we people to make this this event beautiful. I am also thankful to the participant. Without their presence, this FDP is impossible. So, madam, we all glad that we all here the part of this FDP. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Over to you. So, participants, we will take a break of 5 minutes and we will join. Don't leave the platform. We'll join after 5 minutes for the panel
स्क्रीन
discussion.
शेयरिंग नहीं ना नहीं होते डिसेबल देता है
Okay. Chaudhary sir, shall I leave?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mohit, sir, you are audible, sir.
Okay. When you are going to start?
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, we have 5 minutes break. We will start sharp at 12:05. Okay.
Mughal sir, am I
Yes.
audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. फक्त पाटील सर आणि ते राहिले बरं का होस्ट करायचे, लक्षात ठेवा. ते जॉईन होतील.
Hello. Mughal sir, can we start?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Professor Sagar Chitte. Now we are going to start the panel discussion. So first of all, I welcome all the dignitaries present here for panel discussion. Now I request Principal of our college, Dr. S.N. Shinde sir, to start the panel discussion. Over to Shinde sir. Thank you.
Mughal sir, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So may I start?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon to one and all. Today's the panel discussion we are going to start with. The Maratha Vidyaprasarak Samaj Commerce Management and Computer Science College, in association with the HRDC, Savitribai Phule Pune University. It is 7 days, the workshop, faculty development program on the concept of the research and development with the help of the pedagogical and curriculum development for computer science teachers. It is started from the 21st of this month, and we are going to conclude on 28th. Today we have planned to have the panel discussion with all our honorable BOS members. So most of them have been already joined the meeting. So I welcome all BOS members on behalf of the HRDC, SPPU and Maratha Vidyaprasarak Samaj Computer Science College, CMCS College, Nashik. So I welcome, first of all, our head of the department, Savitribai Phule Pune University, and the chairman, Board of Studies, Honorable Dr. Sanjay Dhole sir. He has more than 30 years of experience, and his specialization is physics, and he is involved in many of the activities of the Savitribai Phule Pune University. Then the next is our honorable Board of Studies member, Smita Bedekar ma'am. She has more than 27 years of teaching experience, and she is heading the department, Scientific Computing, Savitribai Phule Pune University. She is also the well-known research guide under the Pune University. Our next honorable, the member of Board of Studies, that is Jyoti Yadav ma'am. She has more than 24 years of teaching experience. She is also working with the Computer Science Department, Savitribai Phule Pune University, and she is also the guide of Savitribai Phule Pune University. Our next honorable, the experienced, the member of Board of Studies, that is Dr. Manisha Bharambe ma'am. She has more than 26 years of teaching experience. She is vice principal of the Garware College, and she is one of the reputed teachers. She has wrote many books on the computer science as a textbook as well as the reference books. Our next experienced and the most eminent person in our faculty, that is Dr. Poonam Ponde. She is teaching and senior faculty of the Wadia College, and she will be the she will become the PhD guide in the coming days. She has written many of the books of the text as well as the reference books, and she is always take part into discussion of it. Now next is our this Dr. Ranjit Patil sir. He is the vice principal of the D.Y. Patil College, Pimpri Chinchwad, and he has written many of the books. He is also head of the department of the computer science, D.Y. Patil College, and he is also always guide the entire team. Our next vice principal, Dr. Prashant Mule sir. He is heading the department of Anna Sahib Magar College, Pune, and Dr. Vilas Vani sir. He is our main mentor of the Board of Studies. He has written many books. He is also heading the department of Waghere College, Saswad. Then our Dr. Anjali Sardesai ma'am. She is the guide of many of our students for the MSc Computer Science or MCA, and she is in the Department of Animation, Modern College, Pune. Then our Razak sir, Dr. Razak Sayyed. He is vice principal of Ahmednagar College. He is the senior faculty and head of the department of the computer science, the Ahmednagar College, Nagar. So almost all I have introduced. So I request the panel to start the panel discussion, and topics of the panel discussion we have decided, that is all the projects of the MSc Computer Science during all 4 semesters, but we have to give stress on the industrial training, that is the last semester project, It is fully dedicated 6 months project, and all are requested to take part into it. And at the end of the session, we will take the question answer session. So the first topic, I request the Poonam Ponde ma'am and Dr. Smita Bedekar ma'am on IT project expectations from students. So I request Poonam Ponde ma'am and Bedekar ma'am to take charge over.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. This 15-minute session will be done by Dr. Poonam Ponde and myself, Dr. Smita Bedekar. I will request Dr. Poonam Ponde to present whatever she had written about the industrial training project.
Thank you, ma'am. At the outset, very good morning, good afternoon rather, it's afternoon now, to Principal Dr. Shinde sir, Professor Amit Mughal, who is the coordinator of this FDP, their entire team, my fellow BOS members, all the subject experts who have conducted sessions during this FDP, and all my dear participant friends. What this feels like, this FDP, this feels like a family reunion. The only difference is that instead of meeting face to face, we are meeting online, but irrespective, it is a very good feeling to connect with our family members from all over, all colleges of SPPU. So it's a very nice feeling. Thank you, Shinde sir, for organizing this FDP and for giving us an opportunity to be a part of this FDP. The first presentation, this panel discussion is basically on the industrial training and the institutional project. So Bedekar madam has given some vital insights into some aspects regarding how this institutional project or industrial training should be conducted, and especially what are the expectations from the students. Okay, so I'll be just sharing my presentation right now. So as we know, earlier we used to call this just industrial training, where it was expected that students would join the industry during the 4th semester and do a full-time industrial training. But in recent times, considering the challenges and considering the difficulties in obtaining internship, and especially what we have also faced in the last few years is paid projects. So to sort of prevent this thing from happening, we have changed the title of this course and we have also called it institutional project. So there are many organizations, even our own institutions, they require some kind of software projects to be done. So instead of getting them developed from external third party companies, if it is possible that our students can be put onto these kind of projects. Also, departments like computer science department in SPPU and in the university, they also have a lot of research funds, research grants. A lot of their faculty members are into research. So instead of enforcing students that they should go and get a project from the industry, especially if it is a paid kind of a project, it would be better if we can also have it like an institutional project. So that was the discussion that the BOS members had, and we changed the title from industrial training and just we added an institutional project also. So I will now present as to what are the expectations that we have from students. So basically the objective of this course, everybody knows, it is to expose students to a real work environment where they actually gain some practical knowledge through hands-on work experience. Now this is critical here, that they have to have some kind of hands-on work experience. It should not be just a theoretical study or a theoretical kind of a project. And the basic goal is to apply and test the knowledge that they have learned throughout their entire 3 years of undergraduate study and 2 years or rather 3 semesters of postgraduate study, so that they should be able to apply and test in a professional work environment. And of course, what we aim to achieve through this is their employability skills should be enhanced, and also not only employability skills, but in general life skills. So life skills like confidence, problem solving, communication skills, leadership skills, etc. So these are the basic objectives that are behind this 6-month full-time industrial training or institutional project. So moving on to the course details, these are the course logistics basically. So the total credits for this course is 20. So the workload that we had a lot of discussion in our BOS regarding the workload, because as you know, over the last so many years, this course has been there as a part of the syllabus, but there was no clear definition of a workload as such for this course. So every college used to essentially have their own definition of how the workload should be calculated. So after a lot of deliberation among the BOS members, the workload was essentially decided that it should conform to the project workload that is there in the previous semesters. So the project workload has been decided as 4 hours per week for a batch of 10 students. So to keep it the same for this industrial training or institutional project, we have the same workload that has been carried forward. So you have a batch of 10 students and 4 hours per week is to be dedicated to this batch. The total weightage for this course is 500 marks, which have been split into 2 categories, the 70-30 rule that we have for the university. So the internal assessment will be of 150 marks and the university evaluation will be for 350 marks. So this is all there in the syllabus already. The breakup of this 150 marks is there on the screen right now. So you have some weekly attendance. Students have to submit some weekly reports, and there will also be some presentations that the students will have to give. And of course, you have a documentation at the end of this project. So what is the nature of this institutional project? Essentially, every student must individually complete a minimum of 5 months full-time industrial training project in the 4th semester. And like I mentioned earlier, it should involve hands-on practical work. There is no restriction on the platform or the technology as such, because it depends on what kind of platform or technology the industry puts them on. And it can also be a research-oriented project. So what are the students supposed to do? So when they start their internship, okay, within the first 2 weeks, the student is expected to submit a valid offer letter along with a synopsis. Now, why this synopsis is essentially important is what we have realized over the last few years is that students change their project, or after 3 months, they switch a project, they take a new project. So that time it becomes very difficult to keep a track as to what they are actually doing. So what is expected is for the entire duration of the project, at least 4 months, they should have worked on a single project. So that is the reason why we take this synopsis, so that the college mentor can essentially keep a track of what project the student is working on. Once the internship starts, then every student is supposed to meet the college mentor once a week. There are some marks allotted for this attendance. So you have, so if you're saying it's 5 months, 5 months is essentially 20 weeks. So if the student meets the college mentor 20 times, so you have 1 mark for attendance, which has got a maximum weightage of 20 marks in the internal assessment. Along with this meeting, the student is supposed to submit a weekly report. Now, this weekly report, the student can submit it using email as well. So it is not necessary that it has to be in the form of a hard copy, but a hard copy, but the email or whatever document the student submits, it has to be duly attested or duly signed by the company mentor. So there has to be a weekly report. So if we expect about 20 reports that are submitted by the student, then you have 40 marks. Now, if you note, there is a separate weightage for attendance and a separate weightage for the report. Now, why it's so is because it might happen that sometimes the student may be working, not in a company which is local. The company may be far. So in that case, all the reports the student might submit online. So that's why there is a different weightage for attendance and a different weightage for the report. Of course, now, and there are some of the subtopics that every report should have. Obviously, what are the daily activities that the student has carried out in the week? What were the expected outputs versus what were the actual observed results, and what is the proposed work for the next week. And during the course of the internship, the student is expected to give 2 presentations. After a month, the first presentation is to be conducted, and the second presentation after 3 months. Now, what happens is, why is this presentation after first month? It is because to understand exactly what work the student has been assigned by the company, what is the understanding of the student, how much the student has actually understood the work, what is the entire scope of the project, what is the exact role of that particular student in that whole project. Now, what happens many times is that students are assigned project in a group. So there's a group of 5 people who've been assigned the same project. But when the student actually presents, they present as if it is their individual work. The whole project is their individual work. So this first presentation actually allows us to understand the entire scope of the project, who are the team members of that project, and what is the exact role of that student in that project. So how much the student has understood the domain, how much the student has understood the overall perspective of the project. So that is the purpose of the first presentation. And of course, second presentation is actually to see the progress of the student in the entire internship in the 3rd month. Okay, so this is the expectation during the internship. And of course, at the end of the internship, the student is expected to obtain a completion certificate, which indicates that whatever were the set objectives and goals, the student has been able to meet them, and there's a completion certificate. Now, this is very, very important, that student has to prepare a report. And this report, what we normally observe is students just download this report and they just print it. Now, this report should conform to industrial academic standards, because as we know, later on, they are going to go into the industry. So it is important that they understand guidelines of documentation. So if typically what we see in any project report, for example, one classic example is feasibility study. Now, I can tell you from all the projects that we evaluate, 99% of the projects will have feasibility study, which can apply to any project on earth, because they write the same thing. Economic feasibility is the same, technical feasibility is the same, operational feasibility is the same. So it is just definitions, guidelines, without actually having anything to do with their own project. The same applies to referencing. Now, what you find is, if we ask the students to give a list of references, they will write, okay, Java programming, Herbert Shield. There is no mention of edition. There is no mention of a proper format. So it has to conform to international academic standards. So even in the syllabus, we have laid stress on this fact that the report writing has to be done properly. And last but not the least, student has to present the work done for assessment. Now, again, what happens is, during this presentation, if you notice, many of us have been examiners for this project. Now, they will start with something that is very big, very complicated. They will talk a lot about the technology. But what actually they fail to highlight is what was their own contribution. So the first 10 slides are entirely about the domain, they're about the technology, they're about the project, without actually highlighting what was actually their role in that. So it seems as if it was a very big project, but practically we understand that it is not possible for such a big project to be completed in such a short time. So what we need to tell our students is that they should be able to exactly highlight, doesn't matter however small their work might be, because finally it is assigned by the company, right? So, but they should be able to clearly spell out what was their role, even if it was in a group. Secondly, they should be able to understand the overall project perspective. What was the, see, now what happens is, if it's a big project, the student is typically assigned a very small or a minor module in that project. But the understanding of the overall project perspective has to be clear. And they should be able to understand the SDLC of the project. So irrespective of which stage of the project they are working in, suppose let's say a student has been given a testing module, a testing project, but the overall SDLC of that particular project has to be understood by the student. So this is essentially what is expected of the students. Now, in the last few years, when we took a feedback from the industry people about the performance of our students, we found that there were a lot of issues regarding attitude. More than technical expertise, companies faced a lot of problems related to the attitude of the students. So now what we need to also make them understand is that when they join an industry, or even if it's an institutional project, they are supposed to follow some kind of code of conduct. So these are some of the expectations that industries have from the students. So I have just gathered a few points here and I have put them here. So the basic purpose is to enhance professional effectiveness by improving their own skills and acquiring new knowledge. Now, they should also be able to accept suggestions and corrective changes in work and behavior. Now, seeking feedback is very important because the purpose of internship is for having self-improvement, not only in the technical domain, but also in your personal life. So seeking feedback, when you're working in a professional environment, it is important that you seek feedback, you take it constructively, and you make corrective changes accordingly so that your performance can improve. Accept constructive criticism. Also, one thing that is important is communication. So you need to be able to clearly identify what is your work schedule, what are the start and end dates of the modules that has been assigned. Okay, so this is again very important so that you know whether you have met those goals. Put in your best effort. Generally what happens is students feel, oh, we have got this job, so now we are set, we don't have to do anything else. But then what they do not understand is that this is a learning phase, so they have to put in their best effort. This is another point that I cannot stress enough. They have to act in a professional and ethical manner. Now typically what we find is students, when they're in a college, they have a different mindset, but they carry forward that mindset in a professional environment, which does not work. So you should be able to act in a professional and ethical manner, dress appropriately, so conform to institutional and industry rules and regulations, be prompt and punctual. Okay, now this is another problem which we have a lot of problem with students. We find that they do not follow timelines, they do not follow deadlines, and most importantly, they are not honest in communication, many of them. So that is very, very critical, that whenever they are communicating with their peers, their bosses, their co-workers, they have to be honest and open in communication and also be cooperative. So sometimes what happens is they will have issues with their mentors in the company, and we get a different feedback from the students, whereas we get a different feedback from the company. So it has to be resolved amicably. So communication, honest and open communication, will help bridge this gap between the college and the industry, okay, when it comes to industrial training. So these are some of the expectations that I think we should communicate to our students right now, that this is what is expected of them when they join the industry, so that later on we can have a good performance improvement in our students. So that is all I wanted to share here. Bedekar ma'am, if you have anything to add, you can please add any point that I may have missed out.
No, actually, I feel most of the points were covered. And as college teachers, see the students, the important thing is student pass from the phase of learning in a college to working in an industry in this industrial training project. And as teachers, we are supposed to nurture them. While in industry, they will be treated professionally. They are expected to be professional. So as a teacher, our role is to handheld and be strict with them when required. Okay.
Right.
Because then that transition will be smooth. So as mentors, this is what I should think that will be the role of all of us.
Okay, so thank you. With this, I end my presentation. Over to Chitte sir. And of course, we will be glad to take any questions if anybody has at the end of this session.
Thank you, madam. I
Thank you,
request
sir.
uh, next group. The topic is IT enhanced and sharpen the programming skills of students. The panelist members are group is Dr. Jyoti Yadav, Dr. Ranjit Patil, and Dr. Anjali Sardesai. I request them to communicate and talk on the same topic. Thank you.
Yes, Yadav madam.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes. I'll just share a small PPT that I had made. So basically the topic for discussion is to enhance and sharpen the programming skills of the students. So what are the various ways in which you can ask the students to sharpen their programming skills or coding skills? So now this particular topic may not be related to the last semester where the students are going in for project for the internship projects, but it is in general throughout their MSc curriculum. How could they sharpen their programming skill? So my talk would be rather focused on to all the 4 semesters of MSc. So just to start up with a quote, I hear, I know, I see, I remember, I do, I understand. So you have to take the most challenging path always. And if you want to learn coding, you should start writing code. So these are the 5 tips as my suggestion to enhance the programming skills of the students, or the teachers can pass on these things to the students so that they can become a very good or efficient programmers when they finish with the MSc course. So the first step is to practice algorithms and data structures. This is a very important point as far as my knowledge is concerned, because when you learn a new language, you feel that you know everything about programming. But that's not true. Because when you learn a new language, you learn only the syntax. So syntax, for example, when solving any problem statement, you just don't convert the problem statement into a code. So the first thing that you do is you convert the problem statement into a solution. And then that solution is what we call as an algorithm. So writing a proper algorithm which gives you the solution to a problem is very important to master. And obviously the data structures, because generally you see that any problem or any question that you solve requires data structures to be incorporated. So master data structures and master the algorithm skills. The second is to read the codes written by other people. This is a very important point, because in order to get smarter in the game of programming, or in order to improve the coding skill, you have to read other people's work, and most especially the codes which are written by professional programmers. Because if you generally when you if you master the skill of reading the codes that is written by other people, it's then you learn various techniques or various ways in which these people write the code, and eventually the students can learn from the code written by the other people. So you look out for things like the speed efficiency or the compactness of your code, because it will help you to reduce the resource consumption and the completion time as much as possible. So you have to try to look out for code which is very efficient, and one problem can be written can have solutions in different ways. Like there could be many solutions to a single problem. So how these people write the code, and based on that maybe you can come up with very few lines of code, or which is called as an efficient code. And after reading other people's code, I mean, you can find a lot of code which is available on GitHub. It will expand your programming knowledge and writing of codes, in the sense that you are writing the same code but in a different way. The syntax may be same, the output is same, but the way you write your code will change. So this is very important skill to be mastered. The third is to participate in programming competitions. So I would urge all the teachers to ask your students to participate in online programming competitions. There are various programming online competition sites like Code Chef and Code Jams and all. So small programs, and maybe in the first or second round they will fail or they will not be up to the mark, but then eventually they learn the art of programming. Next is don't stick to one language. So in order to be up to the level of the current trends or the recent trends, it's necessary for every student to know what is going on in the industry. So it might happen that some industries are working on Python, some are working on Java. So you should not stick to any one technology, because generally I see that nowadays students just say that I'll take up a job which is which will give me only a Java programming job or only a Python programming job. So I think you should not restrict yourself to one particular language, but at least try to master 2 or 3 languages, so that it will help you to pick up some job in the future. And finally is to build a project, because building a project will eventually help you to learn and improve your skills. So be it a small project, right from the first semester, second semester, third semester, you can pick up some small projects, and that will help you. Maybe the project will not be that efficient initially, but it will help you to eventually improve your skills. And again, to make a point here is, when you're building a project or when you're developing certain project, I don't mean just copying and pasting some code which is available on Google, because Google gives you everything. So it doesn't mean that you need to copy and just paste it. Though you find some code on Google, I would recommend you to just understand what that code is, how it is written, what are the various techniques that it follows, and then maybe probably you can make certain changes in that program, and then you can use it. So it's not just copying and pasting it, because unless and until you understand what that code is doing, it's really not useful to just copy and paste it. So these were the 5 tips, that will really enhance the programming skills of the students. And there are certain thumb rules that the students can follow. You need to practice the basics or the fundamentals of programming. You have to learn from other people. You have to understand the recent trends and update yourself accordingly. You have to share your knowledge, because the more you share, the more you learn. And you have to maintain your toolbox and learn how to learn. So these are some tips from my side related to how to sharpen the programming skills of the student. So you always assume that you are out of date, and never stop gathering and sharpening your skills. You owe it to yourself to keep current. So as well as to your team and your organization. It's a continual cycle of learning and relearning. And I'm sure this will help the students to improve their coding skills. So over to the next member of the team. Thank you so much.
Jyoti, I just want to add one thing here. That you said you have to learn and relearn, but I think even unlearning is a very important keyword, because sometimes we have to unlearn a lot of things that we have learned traditionally in order to learn new things.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Patil sir. Patil sir, you want to add more?
Dr. Ranjit Patil sir, do you want to add more?
Hello.
Patil sir, yeah, you may continue.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. First of all, I congratulate the principal and the whole team of CMCS college for organizing this FDP. And I also congratulate and thank them that they have invited all of us here for the panel discussion today. Just now, as madam has already said, whatever the skill sets are there, I think now it has really become the important, as well as it has really become a challenge for all teachers also, because we all already observing continuously there is a growth in the technology, and even as per the aims and objective of the government, even whatever the new educational policy which is trying to come, even over there they are now trying to remove all the barriers. Even the things have become interdisciplinary in all the aspects. Generally, when our students they are doing the IT projects, at that time, now having a project of particular cadre, I think this we already all faculty members, even during our workshops also we already discussed. Now we have to motivate the people to come ahead. We have to motivate the people to increase their certain skills. So which language, which platform, I think this particular thing has already become, it's like an independent to all. So here, only thing is when we people are allowing students to do the projects, or when those people are studying the MSc Computer Science as a course and they are trying to do the projects. Now, one thing we always observe that whichever the students they basically come now, as they are going to be a masters, so definitely from an industry point of view also they expect that certain skill sets, the certain tracks of the students has to be a perfect. Now unfortunately what we are observing is that the students instead of doing some sort of mastery in the certain categories or in a certain subjects, what happen, even during the campuses also we observe, if there is a requirement of a .NET, all the students raise their hand and they say that I know the .NET. When there is a requirement of a Java, even the people again happen in the same manner. So now it's like a responsibility of all teachers that we have to bring a certain tracks in front of the students, and we have to motivate them that while doing of the complete curriculum, at least one track they have to final, they have to make a complete mastery into that particular track. Then let that track be related to the our machine programming, let that track be related to the web technology, let that track be related to the database technology, let that track be related to the mobile or rather Android based technology. Or now as currently we are talking about the full stack programming, that means even there also they are talking about the stacking up of the certain tools, wherein they straight away expect that the students should know the concepts of the databases, they should know the concepts of suppose AngularJS or Node.js, they expect the concepts of the machine learning, deep learning all together. That means now we have to make our students more aware of all these tracks, all these options. Till undergraduate, as we say, the basic concepts of each and every student have to get clear. That is true. Being a teacher, we have to motivate them that they have to make their basics strong. But when they are coming for a master's, at least in the master's, we expect that the students should come with a certain tracks, students should come with a certain skill set, and within the this 1.5 year when they are there with us, whatever the even semester projects are there, now we must how to link up the students at a such a level that whatever the area in which they basically dream to do a job in the fourth semester for the industrial training or even further after that, now at least on the basis of those skill sets, certain in-house projects also we must able to get it done from them. That is a one thing which personally what I feel. Second thing, now actually it's like an internet era. Now instead of asking student not to go to the internet and download the code and all those things, now here it's like a, now we are talking about the open sources. So the whole codes are already available on the net. So even at a certain level, because even industry also wants what, they don't want the students to waste their time into the that code which is already available on the internet or which is already been designed by somebody, because that has now become like it's like an open family concept has already come up. Open sources are already been made it available for the other developers to use. So we have to even make them a clear which are the open sources available, what are the websites where these sources are available, how to read those sources, how to make use of them, how to enhance that particular source codes which are available on the net, how to add that, and even whatever the new creations the students are doing, how to upload that into the that particular open sources as such, so that they can automatically get connect to the those forums, they can automatically get connect to that community, and wherein they will definitely get the full-fledged support in the coding, in the doubts whatever they are basically having, whatever the difficulties they are facing it while doing of the projects. So now whatever the fear which is there in the minds of the students, that doing a project is like a fear for them, or rather submitting a project and completing a project is becoming a task for them for 8 days. Instead of that, now if all teachers, all of us basically try to understand where are those open sources available, what are the real works which are going on in the industries, which are the tracks which basically industry prefer, and accordingly if we try to come up with a certain topics or certain areas, even here we are also trying to talk with the industries also, whichever the areas in which basically they want the student, if the industry wherever if you have a good connect, I think there are so many faculties who are even looking for the placements, I think they are also there in the group. So even I'll suggest them, when we basically approach to the industry, please ask them which are the areas they basically expect from our student to complete, which are the areas which basically they expect to have an exploration by the our student. And generally as now trend is changing, the students those who are joining for us in the first year, basically they are going to face all these things after 2 years. So what are really the technologies or the tools or the skills which they are going to require after 2 years? If we try to do a little bit survey in this particular manner and try to bring up all those things in front of the student, I think this will really be the skill enhancements for doing up the projects, at least at the industrial training level. And this particular concepts or whatever the aim basically we are keeping in front of us, I think then only this aim will get it fulfilled. That is what I personally feel, and these are my opinions. And I hope if everybody of us really start working in this particular area, then automatically whatever the challenges now people are facing during assessing of the industrial projects, somewhere now if the certain things are totally got a cleared for the student, then these outcomes whatever we are getting it might there might be some sort of a change which may took hereafter. So this is what I think which I'd like to convey to all of you. Thank you.
Dr. Sardesai.
Yes, sir.
You may continue.
First of all, let me congratulate Dr. Shinde, sir, principal of CMCS College, and his very efficient and able team for such a great opportunity that you have taken this opportunity into a successful completion. Today we are on the last day of your FDP, and it was a great task that your team has completed. Secondly, thanks to BOS for getting involved in this activity for all the computer science faculty, because since so many years we are seeing that such a FDPs are lacking behind, especially for computer science people. So thank you so much for both the teams. Now, as rightly mentioned by Dr. Jyoti Yadav Madam and Dr. Ranjit Patil sir about the things related to programming things. And one more thing I would just like to mention over here, that the presentation given by Dr. Ponde Madam, she has mentioned so many things related to the IT trainings basically, and for this training what is required. That the documentation has been created by BOS, and in that documentation all the details related to minute details related to IT project are being mentioned. So that is a very good documentation prepared actually. So congratulations to the team for that also. What she has mentioned in her speech, it was like a feasibility study. Yes, it is indeed for any of the programming or any of the project related thing. What is basic requirement, which is very, very lagging behind in many of the students that we are analyzing nowadays. It is a design analysis of the project or the topic that they are working on. So we should motivate our students, we should educate our students to work on the feasibility study first of all, then the design analysis part, and then the design part. Once these three parts are very well completed, then programming is just a very, very easy task, I suppose, because it requires whatever language you are selecting, whatever platform you are selecting. Programming is basically what design you are making. More stubborn your design is, more robust your design is, more robust your project is, more project will be very strong and it will be stable project. So for that, design analysis are the basic things for any of the project requirements or coding requirements. That is the requirement that we have analyzed, we have observed in our students as well, because many of the times what we see is these students, they do not understand for what purpose they are developing the project. So that is more important thing, and that is the reason I suppose for our IT project also, we are not asking our students to give the demonstration of the coding that they are doing. We are focusing on the project, that is the documentation part. This is first part. Second one, related to the documentation, what I suppose is we should teach our students how to document the work they are doing. Like what happens normally is in IT industry also, we are seeing that the hopping of jobs is a more common things. So if I being a developer, I am developing something. I being a designer, I design something, and if it is not properly documented, I leave the job. The person who is replacing me, that particular person, it is very hectic for that person. It is very difficult for that person to manage the remaining parts. So documentation related to each and every coding part that you are doing, that is most important, I suppose. Next is what we are supposing in our BCS syllabus, in our MSc syllabus is the electronics, mathematics. So these are the basic core subjects which I suppose those should be focused properly. We being the computer people, we should be able to make our students understand that why these subjects are present in our syllabus, because these are the logic development subjects. Unless and until the students are not understanding the purpose of these subjects, if they are studying mathematics just for the sake of mathematics, it is of no use to include maths for 500 marks for 2 years, FY and SY. So that is of no use. That is my vision. They should understand why we are including this mathematics, what is the application of this mathematics in programming languages. So that is, I suppose, the job of computer science people. I'm not saying that this is the job of mathematics or electronics people, because they do not have the background of our mathematics. So that is our job basically, that how we are making our students better understand related to the mathematical things, with respect to the point that they should build the programming logic actually. Second is how to develop the programming practices. Yadav madam has already mentioned so many good things in her presentation. Unless and until the student is having the practice to develop his or her own program, he will not be able to think in that direction in a proper way. So more practice, daily practice, everyday practice for the program is must, and therefore for FY level, I suppose that maximum number of programs are to be taught to students of various varieties, so that their thinking level, from the normal thinking till the programming thinking, that shift of shift of the thinking, that is the job of our teachers, I suppose. What is required for this is Ranjit Patil sir has rightly mentioned that it is an internet era, and day by day we are getting new technologies, and we should be able to acquaint our students to learn the new technologies, to expert in the new technologies. But equally important, or rather more important, is the base of all the things, that is the core subjects which are still there since the inception of this BCS course, that is the data structure, operating system, system programming, network programming. So all these are the core subjects which are somehow somewhere related for any of the problem solving related to any of the programs. So I have experienced this many times, while developing the projects or while developing some of the programs, that the knowledge related to these core subjects is essential whenever there is a design of, strategies are to be mentioned. There are some programming parts those students get stuck up at some particular time. So it happens somewhere that the basic knowledge of all the core knowledge of all the basic subjects is required for this. When should student practice about the programming? It's not a one-day job, it is a continuous job. The student must be doing the practice every day. So the practice is compulsory, everyday practice is required for this. Most important, it might sound very bad that I'm saying this, but for a programmer, from my perspective, what I require is the most negative perception is required, so that I'm able to think in the most negative way with respect to some particular problem, and I am able to understand what are the failure factors that can fail, that can trouble my system. So my program should be robust enough to handle all these negative factors which may arise in my system. So thinking negatively, it might sound very bad, but that particular approach is required unless and until I know all the negative factors of that particular thing, that what are the different ways through which my system can get corrupted. So all those ways should be captured by my system. So this type of thinking, I suppose, is required for any of the development of the software or any of the development of the program as such. Very rightly mentioned by Ponde Madam, unlearn the things. Yes, very, very true. Because if we are still stuck up with Fortran, I am not able to do the next programming. So whatever are the best things we have learned till today, and whatever are the new things those are coming up in the market, we have to make the best combination of those things, and we have to give this to our students so that the students will be able to understand the things very, very thing. Continuous learning with respect to this, yes, it is always required, because we are in a field where every day the things are getting changed and we have to update ourselves. Unfortunately, somehow, somewhere we cannot cope up with each and every technology. But as rightly said by Ranjit Patil sir, we have to ask the students to get stuck up with or get expert in one particular things. Yes, that is correct. We have to expert the students in one particular technology or platform or something. But at the same time, the base or the platform, the basic knowledge should be very perfect. The factors which are required for coding, that might sound a bit funny, but that is the psychological study that has been done by many people. The physical location at which you are present, the temperature at which you are coding, the distractions that you are having, the music, the noises those are present, the comfort level at which you are working, the people with whom you are working, the material that you are using, your state of mind, that is either you are relaxed or agitated, or you are in a negative mind or positive mind, that one. What are you wearing, that also gives a impact on your coding. What are you eating or drinking, that also gives impact on your coding, and so many related things. So these things also matter. Although these are all psychological things, once the deadlines are there, you have to do those by hook or crook. So psychologically, when you are doing the coding in a leisurely manner, so these things may come in picture. And these are the basic things which I just wanted to share. Once again, thank you all for giving the opportunity and listening to me very carefully, hopefully.
Thank you, ma'am.
And thank you so much. In case of any questions, all the three team members, we are ready to answer your questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next group. The topic is IT project platform to bridge the gap between industry and academia. So I request Dr. Prashant Mule to continue on the next part.
Yes, sir. Shall I share? Shall I share
Hello.
the PPT and start? Hello.
Hello.
Okay.
Mule sir.
Yes, sir. First of all, I would like to congratulate Dr. Shinde sir and his team for organizing this kind of FDP in virtual mode. It's the first kind of this in the computer science fraternity. So he is worthy for this congratulations, and I'm also thankful him to inviting me for this panel discussion. The topic which was given to us, that me and Bharambe madam also there, that IT project is a platform to bridge the gap between industry and academia. Ponde madam in his initial remark already said that employability, to enhance the employability is the primary goal of industrial project. And in this regard, I would like to talk about the current scenario of the professional education. So when we talk about the professional education, I remember the well-known quote by Dr. P.C. Alexander. He was the governor of Maharashtra from 1993 to 2000. And being a governor, or in that capacity, he was the chancellor of the universities in the Maharashtra. And in 2000, means nearly about 20 years back, he said that we are generating, and this was about the engineering colleges, we are generating third grade engineers from the fourth grade colleges. Very bold statement he made at that time. But after 20 years also, whether we have improved in that, whether we are able to improve that scenario, that is a big question mark, I can think. So in this case, and this is all about the engineering college. We are the conventional college and we are not far behind that particular scenario. So how to improve this particular scenario? Whether the colleges are capable of generating industry ready human resource, that is the basic question. And to generate industry ready human resource, what we can do? Because the current study suggests that millions of engineers we are producing every year, and out of those millions of engineers, only 50% are getting job. Rest of the 50% don't have any job in their hand. And surprisingly, from the 97%, those want to work in IT industry, only 3% students are able to get jobs in core sector or the companies we are dealing with the products. That means the scenario is very difficult. So what to do for this? That is the big question. Every industry has to give the training to the new entrant. Those entrants can be picked through the campus interview or any other mode, but they have to give the training of 3 to 6 months. And what they are teaching in that, and this training is very much necessary, because the colleges, because they do not found that the students which they have hired are not capable of working on the very first day. So what are the reasons behind this? I have listed some of the reasons because of which there are some problems arises in generating the industry ready human resource. And the first thing you can notice that the syllabus content. Being a board of studies member and my colleagues are aware that we can change the syllabus
after 3 years or more than that, but never before that. That is one of the reason we are not able to match the swift rate of the growth in technology field. The second thing is that lack of innovations and research. Ponde madam has rightly said that we are judging the students whatever they have did through their IT projects. And in that scenario, most of the students presenting their reports, which we have already seen from last 2 to 3 years. That is also one of the scenario. Means here students are lagging in this particular area also. Means innovative things are not done by the students. Another thing is that the quality of teachers. Teaching has come as the last option of the career, considered as the last option of the career in India. No attractive remunerations are also offered to the teaching fraternity. That is also one of the reasons that most of the students are not turning up for the teaching profession. And the last one that I have noted here, that lack of guidance from the industry individuals. Here, the mentorship of the people already in the industry will have a huge positive impact on the students. But for students, industry is like a black box. They don't know anything about the work culture in the industry. Most of the students are getting guidance and mentorship, or they are waiting for the guidance to prepare better for their jobs in the IT sector. The lack of understanding in making a better choice to what to learn and how to make their problem solving skills better is the key question before the students. And in my opinion, things can be improved by taking various measures such as frequent upgradation of syllabus, more emphasis on problem solving, and making fundamentals clear. But we are more interested in how we can tackle the problem of inadequate guidance from the industry. And here the role of collaboration of the industry and academia comes in the picture. Recent study shows that IT industry spent more than 3 to 6 months and a lot of budget on the training of new entrant picked from the campus or any other areas. And what type of training the industry is offering to them? That they are offering soft skill. They are offering soft skills, team building activities, interperson relationship, attitude formation, who has already rightly said that, decision making skills, problem solving skills, and technical skill advancement. These are the areas where industry is giving training to the new entrants. So can we help the students in these particular areas? Because when we say that in IT project, the students can spend their 6 months. Mostly in case of our SPPU, we are offering a 6 months IT training, and this 6 months IT training is nothing but a on the job training, we can say. And in this on the job training, the students can understand about the client's need. They learn from their seniors. They do their routine technical job. They develop their peer level relationships, basic technical system. They also learn the work culture of that organization and what is the nature of that particular job. They also learn the culture of the organization. So whatever training offered to the students or offered to the employees in their 3 to 6 months period, the first of their employment, the same thing is offered to the students who are doing the industrial project. Some cases students get the project with stipend, or in some cases they don't. Means in this case, this is a win-win situation for industry as well as the student. Student is not losing its 3 to 6 months of his valuable career in the training, and at the same time industry can get the employee or the student at very low cost. And when the student completes his industrial training, that particular student is capable of working from the first day for that particular organization. So in that sense, industrial project can be considered as a handful tool for the both the parties, both the sectors, that is the academia as well as the industry, and they can perform much better with this particular type of training which they got during the industrial training period. So this is all I want to say about the industrial project, which can be used to gap the which can use to fill the gap between academia and industry. I'm thankful to Shinde sir for giving me this opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Recently, Dr. Sachin Surve has joined the meeting. So I welcome on behalf of CMCS College. He is coordinating our entire program, and he is about to, he is there for concluding function. Surve sir, can we continue our panel discussion for more 10 to 15 minutes? Hello. Surve sir, can we continue? Yeah. The next from the same team, I request all of the remaining members be short, because many of requests are came to our chat box. So I request the Vani sir,
Bharambe madam.
Bharambe ma'am, to continue the discussion.
I will share my screen. Just a minute, I will share the screen. Very good afternoon to all. First of all, I congrats Principal Shinde sir and Ogal sir and team.
Bharambe ma'am, your voice
Yes,
is not clear.
Yes, I'm audible, right?
Yeah, but voice is very low in quality.
Yeah. So I congrats Professor Shinde sir, coordinator, and the complete team for organizing such excellent and knowledgeable FDP. I was a part of complete FDP session. And here just Moez has already elaborated the gaps between the industry and academics in the curriculum point of view. Just I want to tell in short which are the different gaps finding in the academia and the IT industry, between IT industry related with the IT project. So here just first I will just tell you which are the different gaps normally we find in our syllabus, and the first of all, and then how to overcome that gap I will just elaborate little bit. So the gaps between industry and academics are, first of all, the curriculum is not keeping pace with the current technology. So as Moez sir told that we have a syllabus with after changing 3 years or 5 years, then focus of the university and institute are more in academics and less on the practical application. Then mindset of the student, that knowledge earned from the degree sufficient to survive the corporate level. So here theoretical subjects have more weightage than the practical subject, and also student does not give much value to the practical, because percentage of marks assigned for the practical is less than the theory subject. So that is again one thing, student mind purpose. And the faculty are demotivated. That also Moye sir have covered, that faculty should be properly give the education, qualitative education. So it should not be demotivated. And even though the practicals or project work is there in the curriculum, but it is not evaluated the quality parameter. It is not evaluated with the quality parameter. It is, but in industry, when the student go in the industry, all thing is evaluated in terms of the quality and productivity. Uh, so these are the different gaps we find here. Now, how to bridge the gap between the academics and the industry? So yes, definitely the internship will do that. So current syllabus, which is designed that keeping in mind in the industry expectation. So when the syllabus was designed, the BOS has with a lot of study, the whichever the current technology which are incorporated in the current syllabus. So syllabus, I think just now it is a well balanced. Maybe after 4 5 years, what happens we see, and designed by keeping in mind that recent trend and technology. So syllabus contain the core computer subject along with the project and assignment, but the student do not get the exposure to live project. So that is a lagging behind actually, and that solved with the internship purpose. Then the student gets to learn all the latest technology, current trends. So when we see the first 3 semester of the course, we have the just theoretical part and the assignments and the project work. But before the students step out to the college and enter to the new world of IT, he should be able to apply all those skills he has learned in the college practically in real working environment. So that is also important. And internship also helps the student to apply the gain the knowledge and the skill for the actual project. So internship also helps to introduce a student with the corporate culture. So Desai madam told that the corporate culture, you should know the organization behavior, everything you have to follow the culture of the organization with different skills. And then it polishes her skill set and get learn something new at the same time. So actually what we are making the student industry ready, and it will bridge the gap. We have a 6 month industrial training. So the student get the experience on the live project. So that is the importance of the industrial training or the internship. So also student finding the job can be challenged, especially if you do not have an experience, but at the same time, you need to obtain the job if you want to gain the experience. So internships are a great way for the college student to obtain such a valuable experience. So because when the student search for the job, the student has, if it is a campus recruitment, so that will be very easy to enroll in the industry for the particular student. Then what we can do as a academia. So institute should tie up with the more and more industry to facilitate internship program or to increase industry connect with academia. So like a MOU should be made, and the industries to facilitate the internship program, that there should be some way to give a feedback from the recently passed student, either through social media or quick talk session with the student, sharing their personal experience in the industry and problem faced by them. So many times what will happen that internship to the current student will get from the past student. So they recommend their companies and also provide the information about the recruitment of their company. So it will be easy to communicate with the past student and take the always there should be a communication for the past student from the institute. Then the feedback system from the industry to the university. Also, colleges or institute not getting a feedback from the industry for a new joiner. So there should be some mechanism to communicate feedback or gaps found in the new joins to the respective institute. So this will help the institution to improve. And then categorizing the student aspiration. So Ranjit Patil sir told that the skill set, that is a track, you can find the track the student will take instead of mastering everything. The student will take one track and then proceed further. So there should be some mechanism to identify what is the student liking and inclination. So according to their interest, on-job training to be given as a internship. And then what is the future of IT? As you know that there is no doubt that world is going to drastically changes with the technology, and work from home culture is adopted by many companies. Now TCS already announces that in till the 2025 they will give 75% employees will be from work from home, and like IBM, Wipro, all are adopting the work from home culture. So, keeping in mind of this culture, work from home culture, training TPO or the training sale of the institute should be actively arrange the campus recruitment, and interns shall view an internship as a bridge between college and the workspace. So, this is how we bridge the gap. What are the gaps and how we can bridge the gap between the industry and the academia. So academia and industry gap plays a very important role in this whole scenario, where student, university, organization and government need to energize and work together to make it happen. Thank you so much, and I thanks Shinde sir for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So the next group with the IT project role of teacher as a project guide, mentor. So I request Dr. Vani sir to talk on the same topic.
Okay, first of all, congratulations, Dr. Shinde sir, and all faculty members of CMCS College for conducting wonderful FDP. My today's topic is role of teacher as a project guide
Vani sir,
in IT
my
project.
request that your volume is less, I think.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes. Thank
Okay.
you.
And also thanks to Dr. Poonam madam and Dr. Bedkar madam. She has covered few points regarding role of teacher as a project guide, uh, workload, student behavior in company, and so on. Um, I have discussed few points regarding role of teacher as a project guide. First, college should assign a student mentor to every student. The mentor will monitor the progress of the student throughout the semester for continuous assessment. Students should submit a valid offer letter and synopsis with 2 to 3 weeks starting the internship. There will be continuous assessment of the work done by the student during the internship period, and some continuous assessment. First, students should submit a weekly report in the college to the mentor. The report should contain the following details, just like name of the student, project title, company name, etc. The weekly report should be duly signed by the student and company mentor, institute guide, and this report is submitted to the examiner at the time of exam. Student mentor should maintain weekly attendance record for every student. Minimum 2 to 3 presentations should be conducted for each student, and student mentor should take feedback from the company mentor regarding overall performance of the student. Student has follow SDLC all stages, and student mentor thoroughly check all document because most of the project are copied. Screenshot also not change. Okay, thank you.
Vani sir, thank you. So the next team with the IT project stepping stone to build your life skills. I think Jyoti Yadav ma'am can express in short. if she is online.
I think Poonam can
Yeah,
take this part
yeah.
because I've been speaking for 2 days.
Yeah, okay. Poonam
Uh,
ma'am, it's my request that it will be in short.
Actually, I have already covered some points related to soft skills. Now, like I mentioned earlier also, that industrial training, the purpose is not only to develop their technical skills, but also their life skills in general. So these include communication. Okay, now communication is a key aspect. What we find in students is that many of our students do good work, but when it comes to expressing their thoughts, or when it comes to communicating their work to somebody else, they find a lot of problem and a lot of challenges. So of course these kind of soft skills cannot be developed overnight. So it is the role of the college, it is the role of the individual teachers to develop these skills right from the beginning itself. Now what we find is many students have a language barrier. Okay, now again, this language barrier cannot be removed overnight. So we need to instill the confidence among the students that they should be given the courage to speak out. So we should provide them with a platform where they are able to speak out, they're able to express their thoughts lucidly, and they should be able to overcome their fear. Okay, apart from these life skills, apart from these communication skills, we have leadership skills. So colleges can provide a platform to the students where we can organize events, we can organize competitions, and we find that many students, sometimes they're not very good academically, but then they shine in these events when they are given some leadership role, when they are given some responsibility to take care of. Then that time we find that these students, they really shine that time. So these kind of opportunities, I think the colleges can provide. Decision making, problem solving. So these kind of skills, you need to have a consistent approach towards developing them. We cannot expect that, okay, tomorrow there is an internship, or tomorrow there is a interview, there's a company coming on campus, and today the students start developing them. That does not happen. So I think colleges and all teachers, it's the responsibility of all of us together, right from the day the student enters our campus. It is our responsibility that throughout his academic involvement with us, we also take care of developing these soft skills and life skills in general. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The last topic, it is IT project step toward the entrepreneurship. Dr. Razzaq Sayed, I request Dr. Razzaq Sayed to share your reviews.
Thank you, sir. Very good afternoon to all of you all. Congratulations, Sindhya sir, for conducting this FDP, as well as to all your staff members and as well as the non-teaching staff, whosoever were involved in this. I know the type of efforts which it needs to conduct such an FDP. And I have been getting your mails constantly for the different lectures which are there. So the team entirely which were conducting, and the mails are at around something at midnight, also 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. So I can understand the efforts taken, sir. Congratulations, sir. Now, let me talk about this IT, which we were talking about. Yesterday only I conducted this industrial viva of our college. And this pandemic situation really has made us to learn a lot of things. Instead of talking about negative, I would like to tell that this situation is really taught us something very different things, especially to the area to which we all belongs to, means outside Pune. Because this area is such an area, we always had a complaint of, like, we lack resource persons in our area. We do not get resource persons for our students. But this pandemic situation has taught me that there is no problem of any resource person now. There is no problem of the time availability. You can have your lectures or your seminars at any time, and the resource person can be from any part of your world. So what I want is that the students who are having this problem of resource persons getting a quality staff, I think that has ended up. We have learned that we can get a resource person from any part of the world who is available to us. And because of this, students can uplift their skills, whichever they were finding that they were lagging upon. And these skills which students were lagging now can make them to motivate them to any technology they wanted to. Because basically in the area, if you do not find a subject expert to teach you, you were lagging upon. So now what I tell students from the very beginning when they enter the MSc first year, you choose a platform in which you are interested in. Don't go for the platform which college is telling you. That is our academic part. We are going to tell you. But you have your own area of interest. So you work in the area in which you are interested in. Because it will help you after 1.5 years of completion of your MSc to choose the IT in the area, in the platform you have worked upon, in which you are interested in. And if you choose such a platform, this creates more interest of you into that. As well as once you create an interest, you really get very good knowledge. You try to improve yourself. You try to learn the things, and that what makes you a quality person. So what I would like to tell you all people is that I know very well that I've been the last one to speak, and very difficult to hear a last person at the last moment. So what I would suggest is that to all of my staff members and to all my colleagues, we have got a very good opportunity for our students from these areas to learn new things and to find the positive things from this. So get upon with all these positive things which I have discussed upon. Take help of all the BOS members whoso you want to, and you can have a very good resource persons in the areas if you are outside Pune. Shinde sir, thank you for giving an opportunity to me to
Sir,
to talk.
for your
Thank you,
valuable
sir.
time and guidance. Okay, I request participants, if you have any questions, our entire BOS team is ready to answer you. Please raise your questions. Is there any question from participant side?
Shinde sir.
Yeah.
There is no question.
Okay.
But regarding the various experts, doctor, our friends discuss in various issues in panel discussion.
Okay.
I would like to suggest that there is something in common, something interdisciplinary.
Yeah.
The gap between industry and academics.
Okay.
How they go for the projects. What should be tools and techniques that should be used in their curriculum. We have found this several times whenever we are designing new syllabus, and we have some workshop or seminars in Pune, mostly. Lot of time it is suggested that Department of Computer Science in a Pune University should take some initiative for this purpose to enhance the quality of computer and IT education under the all colleges, which are all colleges affiliated to Pune University. To encourage our students, what I feel is that the Department of Computer Science under the Pune University should start some scheme with minor budgets, not costly, that they should offer some projects. They should take ambitious projects. They should be offered to the all colleges, especially for post-graduation student. Ideas like Avishkar, there is open for everyone, for all streams, but especially Department of Computer Science should give some ambitious projects as a part of competition to the different colleges, and they should keep one competition, finally assess the projects. We have the experience in the foreign universities that a lot of famous popular softwares, applications which we are using today, their ideas and concepts come up from the various universities. So that is one of the suggestion for that. Then to have, I think Dr. Anjali Sardesai said that we should use some documentation part issue is important. So what I feel our students should use we should encourage their IT project should be managed as a part of GitLab, GitHub, or various other tools that are available. So they will be, because finally students have to use all these things when they go in a industry. So these are the few points I want to suggest. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Jyoti ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Can you talk on the same topic?
Yes, it's a nice thought actually. But then just considering only the Department of Computer Science, it could be better, like we could get together. There are various senior colleges available in the field of computer science. There are many people who have done their research work. They have been awarded PhD. So I think such colleges, along with the parent department, can come together. We can collaborate and then come up with a nice idea of doing some research projects basically, and getting some funds. Like we can think of getting some funds, doing some good research projects, and then in the field of research, like we can progress, and which will indeed help the teachers as well as the students. So yes, we can give a thought on this.
Okay, thank you. Is there any question? More questions? Or
Good
any
afternoon, sir.
suggestion like Nilesh sir has?
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir. You may raise your question.
First of all, thanks for the opportunity to participate in this FDP, sir. My humble submission to the panel is that how far the credit mobility for the students who are pursuing the courses offered in NPTEL and other media, so that whatever the advanced courses which we have listened all over the past 1 week, like machine learning, big data analytics, web analytics, all those things will be available in NPTEL. And the students who have the opportunity to pursue that project only during their 5th semester towards the last semester before pursuing that project. So the process of credit mobility for at least for an autonomous institution will really augurs well for the student community to pursue the courses in all these things. One thing. And what is your recommendation on that? And also, secondly, there are some IITs who are offering internship for the students. That too for the institutions which is coming in higher grade, that is top 100 institution or like that. And also, can you suggest some of the avenues or some of the institute which offers this kind of internship? As one of the speaker has told that in these days it is very difficult to get the internship for students, especially in the computer science domain. So how much avenues are available to for a student to get into the industry to pursue their final sem projects? Thank you.
I request Poonam Ponde ma'am to talk on this.
Hello. In response to the second question, I'll respond to your second question first. Yes, you rightly said that considering the pandemic situation, there is a big challenge of finding internship. But this was already thought of earlier when we framed the syllabus. So the BOS already had a discussion on this. And that is why we have come up with an option of an institutional project. Now, there are a lot of research. Actually, what happens is we, as a computer science community, we always look towards the industry only, but then we do not approach research organizations. Okay, there are a lot of research organizations like NCL, you have Institute of the Meteorological Department. So there are many such in research organizations, which I think we should actively now approach and check out if they can give some kind of a research project to our students. Also, we are now stressing a lot on interdisciplinary aspects, right? So even on our campus itself, if you go to the other departments, like for example, if you go to the geography department or the botany department, the chemistry department, they have a lot of requirements. Unfortunately, our community is so closed that we do not try to have a dialogue with these. So if we approach these different departments even within our own campus, we will find that they have a lot of requirements of projects, and our students have the necessary tools and technologies which they can employ to solve those problems. So it is as good as solving a real life problem with the client who is another department on the same campus. So I think we should encourage our students to take up more of these kind of projects. Now, regarding the first point about mobility, about credit mobility, I think Mule sir probably can guide you on this because he is in the academic council.
Ma'am, Mule sir is busy in the another meeting. So
Okay.
can we?
Because this academic mobility point, I think it is a decision of the university. The university basically has to give us a set of guidelines which tell what kind of courses students can do and what kind. They have to come up basically with a list of
Ma'am, better
courses.
way, we can take his question and we can answer on his email. We
Right,
have
we can do
detail
that.
of
Yes, we can talk to
Thank you.
Dhole sir. We can talk to Dhole sir and then get back to sir. Thank you, Dr. Rajesh.
Thank you. Is there any more question? Last question. If anybody is having. Are you raising the question? Any question? Okay. Thank you. So I request Poonam Ponde ma'am again to conclude our session.
Yeah. So without any further ado, I have been given the responsibility of summarizing this panel discussion. So at the beginning, Dr. Bedekar madam and I discussed the format of the course and what are the expectations from the students, especially when they are transitioning into the industry. After that, Dr. Jyoti Yadav highlighted how programming skills of the students can be enhanced. The key takeaway from her talk was the fact that I remember. So when a student does, that is when he actually learns, and to always take the challenging path and not to ever take the easy way out. After this, Dr. Ranjit Patil sir spoke about interdisciplinary approach. He also highlighted the new education policy and the changes that this new education policy is going to bring about in our academic system. He also mentioned the fact that instead of one student being a master of all trades, a jack of all trades, a student should try to identify one particular track which the student is interested in and follow that track so that you can gain mastery over a single track. Dr. Anjali Sardesai stressed on not focusing only on the programming aspect, but on the whole life cycle, especially the design and the analysis of the project. She also stressed about the importance of documentation. Dr. Prashant Mule started off by quoting PC Alexander. He raised concerns about how to generate industry-ready students and human resource. He highlighted some of the important reasons for the gap and how we can possibly overcome that gap. Dr. Manisha Bharame madam also mentioned some important points related to how we can bridge the gap between industry and academia. Vani sir highlighted the role of the teacher mentor on the campus and what are the responsibilities that this mentor has to carry out during the entire duration of the project, especially when it is related to continuous assessment. And finally, Dr. Razak Sayyad touched upon a very important topic about how we can look positively at this pandemic. Instead of thinking of negative aspects, we should take it positively and we should see how we can leverage this situation to the benefit of our students, especially because now since we are all online, it has now become easier to connect remote students to remote experts. It is no longer associated with distance or location because now we are online. So he has rightly said how he has leveraged this pandemic situation to connect his students to experts. So, and last but not the least, I would like to thank all the participants for their queries. We've all had a lot of queries in our mind, but this panel discussion has given a chance for us to interact with each other and get some of our queries or some of our doubts solved. Before I end the session, on behalf of all the BOS members, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate and express my heartfelt thanks to Principal Dr. S.N. Shinde for taking up this challenge of organizing this FDP. Professor Amit Mogal deserves a huge round of applause for, for helming this FDP and taking, see, it's very challenging to organize an online FDP, that also for an extended period of 7 days. So congratulations to Amit Mogal sir and his entire team. We must all appreciate the immense efforts that have gone behind this organization, planning, execution. So there are several stages, as we all know. All the experts have done an exemplary job of covering all the complex concepts in the given time frame, and that too in such a simple and lucid manner. So thanks to all the experts. Shinde sir, thank you for getting us the best experts here for this FDP. So hats off to the whole team. And I thank coordinator for giving me an opportunity to sum up this session. So thank you very much.
Thank you,
So
ma'am.
over to
I
sir.
would like to thank all my colleagues, that is all BOS members and my friends. So they have taken part into the panel discussion, and the entire discussion was very truthful, and even it will be helpful for our computer science fraternity. There were many doubts, but each of you have been discussed properly with the detailed presentation, like PPT or oral presentation are there. So using this, and it's useful for our entire community of computer science. From last 30 years, many of our teachers are working with this, and this is the first time that FDP organized by some college outside the Pune University, and it was the risky task for us, and our entire team has been supportive for this.
आवाज गेला सरांचा माझा आवाज मला माईक
Some network issues, I think, and I hand over the mic towards the for the valedictory session of the FDP. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. To improve the golden moments of opportunity and catch the good that is in our reach is the great art of life. A very good afternoon to all dear participants, invited honorable guests, all the BOS panel members, principal sir, and my dear colleagues. On behalf of Institute and Computer Science Department, I, Mrs. Vibhavari Patil, take this privilege to welcome all of you for this valedictory function of 7 days faculty development program organized by Computer Science Department from 21st September till date. Valedictory function is not merely to conclude something or to say goodbye. Rather, it's a beginning of something new with best value additions in terms of enhancement of knowledge, an opportunity to listen to eminent speakers, and a way of developing healthy network. Valedictory is also an important opportunity to extend sincere and wholehearted gratitude to all who have been a part of this wonderful faculty development program. Hence, with great pleasure and sense of fulfillment of service that I present this valedictory speech and congratulate all of you for making this faculty development program a grand success. Under the expert guidance of our coordinator, Mr. Amit Mogal sir, and the entire high performance team, this program has reached a peak. With his efforts, we were fortunate enough to have the expert guidance of various eminent guest speakers who have served us with delicious stuffs and provided a high level of satisfaction. I now request Amit Mogal sir.
Okay.
I now request Amit Mogal sir to take over the platform for his concluding speech. Over to Amit Mogal sir.
Yes, thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Mughal sir, you are audible. You may continue.
Yes, good afternoon. I am Amit Karbari Mogal, FDP coordinator. On behalf of FDC, HRDC, Savitribai Phule Pune University, and Maratha Vidya Prasarak Samaj CMCS College, I welcome Honorable Guest Dr. Sachin Surve, respected speakers, all BOS members, Patil sir, Bidekar madam, Varambe madam, Vani sir, Mule sir, Yadav madam, Rachak sir, Sardesai madam, and our principal Shinde sir, and all fellow teacher participants. It's my privilege to have been asked to sum up this 7 days online faculty development program on pedagogical and curriculum development for computer science teachers. I am very happy to say 165 participants from different states of India participated in this online faculty development program from 21st September to 28th September 2020. I express my heartfelt thanks to all eminent speakers from industry and academia, respected Dr. Jyoti Yadav Madam, Dr. Reena Bharti Madam, Mr. Sudarshan Krishna Kumar, Ms. Shivani, Mr. Kunal Pagaria, Mr. Sachin Deshpande, Mrs. Madhuri Deshpande, and Dr. Chitra Desai for enlightening us web frameworks, software architecture and design patterns, web analytics, and recent trends in computer science. On the very first day, Mr. Kunal Pagaria sir gives us a valuable guidance on web frameworks. He conducts hands-on session on modern web technologies like Node.js, asynchronous programming, and web application in Django. This helps all teachers to build and deploy robust Django web app. On day 2, Mr. Sachin Deshpande sir, with his 20 years of industry experience, he shares his knowledge on basic concepts and techniques of software architecture and design patterns. He talks on use of patterns and architecture for solving and the process of deploying web apps using specific frameworks. On 23rd September, day 3, we have eminent resource person Dr. Reena Bharti with us. She has blessed us with her presence and gives talks on big data challenges and opportunities and its applications. We really enrich ourselves by her talks. On the same day, the second session, we have Mr. Sudarshan Krishnakumar and Ms. Shivani from Visa Cards, Bangalore for hands-on session on concepts of map and reduce and functional programming, Hadoop and Spark architectures of big data. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation to Ms. Madhuri Deshpande Madam for her valuable guidance on social impact. She explained the topic from scratch. So the teachers will definitely gain many insights to determine how to leverage social media for better services and understand usability metrics. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation to respected Dr. Jyoti Yadav Madam, who graced us with her presence and guidance for both day 5 and day 6. Thank you, ma'am, for sharing with us your words of wisdom about machine learning. She shares her knowledge from basic concepts and techniques of machine learning towards the hands-on session on Python programs using machine learning algorithms for solving practical problems. As the saying says, all 2 days becomes Jyotirgamaya. We all teachers really get enlightened by your sessions. I don't know the ABCs of machine learning, but only because of your sessions, I am very much interested in machine learning. And I promise to you that I will definitely write a review paper on machine learning. Ma'am, we salute to you and salute to all your efforts for the marathon task of 2 days session of 3 hours each. Thank you, ma'am. Today morning, the day 7, we had a resource person, Dr. Chitra Desai with us. Her sessions on recent trends in computer science research is cherry on the cake for all of us. She enlightened us on recent research trends in computer science like quantum cryptography, blockchain network technology, edge computing, AI, and all. I am sure her talks definitely help all teachers to expand the horizons of computer science field. And I am sure all teachers now explore their potential further towards the research in computer science. Today, on the second second session, we had a very insightful panel discussion. It really helped us all for improving the quest of excellence in industry training and projects. This discussion really helped us to improve the quality of projects and industry training, which in turn enhances our students' technical and soft skills. It will definitely be the stepping stone towards the entrepreneurship and at the end towards the goal of Atmanirbhar Bharat. So I thank all the experts for their fruitful panel discussion. I am sure this FDP will definitely prove to be an eye-opening session for beginner and the middle-level academicians. Also, the aim at imparting the skills required to handle different research. I am very grateful to Honorable Sir Chitnis Srimati Nilimatai Pawar, who is a constant source of inspiration to all of us. Our source of motivation, young and dynamic Principal Dr. S.N. Shinde, who trusts me and gives the responsibility to be the coordinator of this FDP. Thank you, sir, for all your supports. I am very grateful to Dr. Sanjeev Sonone, Director FDC, HRDC, SPPU, and special thanks to Dr. Sachin Surve, FDC, HRDC, Savitribai Phule Pune University, for giving us an opportunity to conduct this online faculty development program. It is not gun that fights, but the mind behind the gun developed an algorithm and trained the model for driverless cars. Like these two aspects, mind behind this FDP and driver for FDP, that is people behind the scene. I am very grateful to the people behind the scenes, respected Dr. Dhole sir, BOS Chairman, Computer Science Department, Savitribai Phule Pune University, and Dr. Jyoti Yadav Madam, who from the beginning, that is from the proposal making, sanction of it from BOS meeting, and got it approved from Faculty Development Center, HRDC, SPPU, towards the finalization of to all BOS members, all the management councils of Maratha Vidya Prasarak Samaj, all my colleagues, especially our dear HOD Ahir sir, OS Awari sir, Sawant madam, Chaudhary sir, Chitte sir, Wag madam, Shinde madam, Rajashri Rahane, Darshana Minde, Rupali Sonone, Gayatri Veer, Swati Tapkire, Ketki Bhusari, Priyanka Ahir, and all non-teaching staff members and all the participant teachers from different colleges, universities, and higher education institutes. And last but not least, my dear family members, as from the days busy with this Herculean task of organizing FDP, that I am not able to give them a fruitful time. Thank you all of you for constant support and encouragement. Once again, I thank all the participants for showing their interest and active participation in the FDP. I once again thank everyone for making this program successful. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Over to you, or madam. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mughal sir. It seems that your efforts and the team members' efforts have grown into wonderful and sweet fruits. Okay. To proceed with, a pessimist complains about the wind, an optimist tries to change it, and a leader adjusts the sails. The sails for this particular notion were adjusted by a person who is not only a great motivation to all of us, but a visionary and the person who gives us the belief to bring together this program. He is none other than our beloved principal, Dr. S.N. Shinde sir. I now humbly request Principal sir to take over the session for his overall review of the program. Over to Principal sir.
Good afternoon, one and all. For today's valedictory function, respected Dr. Surve sir, HRDC, SPPU, Dr. Dole sir, Chairman, Board of Studies and Head Department of Computer Science, Savitribai Phule Pune University, Coordinator of FDP, Mughal sir, all our POS members, our heads of the departments, Professor Ahir sir and Prashant Bankar sir, all organizing team members, and respected all delegates and all participants of this FDP. First of all, I would like to thank our parent institute, that is Maratha Vidya Prasarak Samaj Nashik, and the key person of the parent institute, Honorable Nilimatai Pawar, her entire executive council members, and the board of directors. They have allowed us to take the FDP at our college level, and we have got the inspiration and most the important motivation from the HRDC, Savitribai Phule Pune University, Director Dr. Sanjeev Sonani sir and Dr. Surve sir. They have motivated us and they have given us permission to conduct the workshop of 7 days. Sir, for the for the 7 days, it is the first time in our entire service and the entire fraternity experience. So I would like to thank the HRDC specially for allowed us to take this opportunity and encash our opportunity for the conduction of the 7 days FDP. Actually, for the entire, I got my service of more than 26 years experience, and we have conducted many of the workshop, 1 day or 2 day workshop, but those workshops were not sufficient for the implementation of the entire syllabus. But this time it is 7 day workshop and FDP, and in the 7 day FDP we have conducted all the courses of the entire semester, and one of the course, that is machine learning, conducted by the Jyoti Yadav ma'am, and it was the marathon type of the teaching, and all the resource persons, they have taken efforts and they have given us very fruitful information, and it is towards implementation of the practical approach, not only the theoretical way. The more important thing that they have covered, that I have requested all of them in the beginning, that you have to take it in the perception of the research, not only the theoretical part, only to filter towards the students, but it is penetrate towards the all teachers, that our entire community must involved in the research. So the last lecture, today's first session, was by Honorable Dr. Chitra Desai ma'am, and she took the just touch to all the topics within 1.5 hours or more than that. But her were intense and they were giving the proper service from the home, and they were always in touch with the entire society. So our computer science faculty, I request all of you, we should be useful to the entire society, and the useful criteria, useful subject and useful courses will be helpful for our student development. They may be either into service, their entrepreneurship, or they may be into the research criteria. So all of the this thing, the resource person from the Kunal Pagaria sir, Sachin Deshpande sir, or even Madhuri Deshpande ma'am, she has explained very well in all perceptions, as well as the Reena Bharti ma'am from Wadia College. She has explained practically. Even her colleague Sudarshan, he is the MTech from IIT and PhD from IIT. He has explained very nice with the practical approach. Even I would like to thank all our entire team of organizing, and the leader of the team was the Mughal sir, and Mughal sir has taken efforts. He did not sleep for 7 days, and he has really worked hard, and his supportive team has been worked very seriously, and they have taken part time to time. So I would like to thank all participants, especially because
गेला आवाज.
Madam,
करू?
hello. Sir, your voice is not audible, sir. I think he left.
Vibhavari madam, over
Yes,
to you.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. It has been all the time motivation. Your words are every time a source of inspiration, and it helps us to conduct various. Thank you so much, sir. To proceed with, nothing great will be achieved without great men, and men are only great if they are determined to do so. Dear participants, we are blessed to have with us the guest of honor.
Madam, we have to take the opinions. Hello.
Survey, sir.
Mughal sir.
Yes, sir. Survey sir has a second session, second
Okay,
FDP
yeah,
conclusion,
yeah,
so
yeah.
we will complete his speech. Sir, over to Survey sir. Yes.
Over to Survey, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. I firstly congratulate
Sir, your voice is low, bit low.
Okay. Is it okay now?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay. Firstly, I would like to congratulate all the people behind organizing this program and making it successful. Respected Dole sir, respected Shinde sir, Dr. Mughal, and the entire organizing team behind making this program a grand success. I'm in a hurry actually because of two programs, two valedictories are scheduled today, and initially it was like this program was supposed to be held at 1. That's the reason I arranged the second program at 2. But now both the programs are starting together, so I have to rush for the another program. As I said on my first on the first day during the inaugural function, this is one of the rare occasion where we are conducting a program for a single faculty, and it might have been very focused program. It must have given you different, I mean, enrichment to be able to cater to the needs of the students and in a better way. And as Dr. Shinde has said that all the efforts are focused towards the students and the society. So I wish everybody will must have got enriched throughout these 7 days programs, and it will help you in becoming a better teacher and a better person. About certificates, the certificates, final certificates will be either couriered to you, or you can collect it by hand from our office, but it will take time. It is not going to happen in a day or two. It requires entire procedure, which will start by a report which will be given by the coordinator to us. Then we will initiate the process. Then again the certificates will go to Nashik, will be signed by the coordinator, and then it will be couriered to all of you. That the entire procedure, and it will take time. So you'll have to have patience. You will definitely receive hard copies of the certificates. So rest assured about it. Lastly, I would like to thank Nashik Jilla Maratha Vidya Prasarak Samaj, Dr. Shinde sir, Dr. Dhole sir, and the coordinator, Dr. Mogal sir, because I know how, what it takes to conduct a program and making it a successful one. So I'm sure your team must have taken Herculean efforts to make it successful. And as it was your first program, the difficulties you must have faced during the program, I really congratulate you all on making it a grand success. I wish all the participants and the coordinators, the team, all the very best. And I conclude here because, as I have already told you, I have to rush for the another program. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir, for your influential message. This program wouldn't have been a grand success without your support, sir. And we are charmed to your sharp influences, sir. And we hope to have the same support in the future as well. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
To proceed with, every program is grand success when the pool of intellectual audience and participants is a part of it. I now request few of our participants to express their views and make this program more effective with their own views. Dear participants, you can unmute yourself and express your views regarding to this faculty development program. It's a humble request to few of the participants.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon, sir. You can continue.
Most respected, revered, and esteemed people, I wish you all a very good afternoon. It's given me an immense pleasure to be one of the participant of this FDP. First of all, I would like to thank all those good hearts for giving me this wonderful opportunity to pursue this FDP. My special congratulations to Amit Mogal sir. The people are saying you not only you are sleepless, but you are also making us sleepless by solving all those quiz questions and all. And we have to take a lot of efforts, and you really make the program really engaging. That is the excellent thing about this FDP. It's not like in the morning session you have conducted and just the follow up is always there. We can find all those WhatsApp messages and your email during the night times, which will really puts us to be in time by 9:50 every day and be prepared to connect to the Zoom and all, in spite of the various poor internet reception in my parts. So, but still, I managed to be there in all the sessions. And I hope the speakers are excellent and they are very kind enough to address the queries. They actually, there are, we come across so many people, they used to transfer the knowledge, but hardly they can interact. But almost all the sessions have been very much interactive. The each and every session will be very informative on their own rights, and the speaker is intellectual. No need to mention about their quality, and quizzes also right there. And as a 1 week we are being a student, as someone during that time also said, all teachers are student. Yes, we are also student, and we are asking for 1 mark through the WhatsApp regarding that question is right or wrong. So all those fruitful discussions are there. That why I am mentioning is that this is very hard to come by in any of the FDPs. So the people are really following us, following you people, and the amount of response which we receive through the WhatsApp regarding that kind of acknowledgements are excellent. I already mentioned some of my points during my interaction also. With these very few words, I thank all those good hearts for giving me this wonderful opportunity, and my special thanks to all those coordinators and the team, and special congratulations to the Amit Mogal sir and his excellent team for better coordination and providing intellectual fees for the past 1 week. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajesh. Your words are really inspirational, and definitely the words are actually the appreciation of the efforts taken by Dr. Amit Mogal sir and the entire high performance team under him. So, and it's not only the part of from our side. Definitely, we are honored to have the intellectual pool of all the participants like you who are appreciating and who are taking keen interest in all such things. Thank you so much for your wonderful words, sir. I request one more other participants, even if they wish to have their feedback.
Yes, ma'am. Rohini here from Dr. D.Y. Patil Science and Computer Science College, Akurdi.
Yeah, you're welcome, ma'am. You can continue.
Yes. Yes. First of all, I'm very thankful to the team because the efforts the team has taken, so that are very impressive. And one more thing I want to tell to all the participant, or that is the point which I found very important, that the time management about the FDP, because on the time only every day the FDP started. And also the speakers, all the speakers have and also about the topics, I want to share that the topics covered are very useful to all of us. And for that I want to thank to the team, Amit sir, also Dr. Shinde sir, and all the team. Once again I want to say my thank you to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You being the wonderful participant, we also honor you and your presence and hope to have the same connection in future due course of time. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Sure, madam. Sure. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes,
Anyone?
hello, ma'am.
Yeah.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, ma'am. You can continue.
Myself, Dr. Varsha Bhabar, working in MVP's IMRT Nashik. Uh, Actually, from last 7 days, I was attending all the sessions, and I realized that all the sessions are very nicely arranged. All the resource person are the very experts, and whatever I am getting or whatever I get the knowledge, that will be really worth, or that will be really worth prove in the future. So particularly this FDP is one of the huge platform you given to us like a participant. So we congratulate first Dr. S.N. Shinde sir. He is my guru. So first I congratulate him. After that, Amit Mughal sir, really wonderful person. And last night also I was online with him at 12:30. So this is again the one of the huge tension, like how we tackle this FTP and all the responsibility. So again, I congratulate Amit Mughal sir and of course all the team members. This is again one of the good opportunity you given to us. So again, I thankful to all CMCS team. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Varsham, ma'am. Actually, your presence for 7 days has made this program a wonderful and grand success. Thank you so much and hope to have the same association in future as well.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other participant, if would like to share the view, you are most welcome. As we are going to continue with the session. If anyone?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah?
Hello, madam. Ma'am, I want to speak.
Yeah, you can, ma'am. You are most welcome, ma'am.
Yes, I'm Kirti More from KTHM College, Nashik. I have attended this 7 days FDP, and in this FDP, all the resource persons are very knowledgeable people. They spoke very nicely, interactively, and practically. I'm very much thankful to Dr. S.N. Shinde sir for organizing such a wonderful FDP. FDP is very well managed, and I congratulate to all the team members of this FDP for success of the FDP. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Kirti, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah.
Can I
Yes?
audible, ma'am?
Yeah, you are audible, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, all. Honorable dignitaries, respected speakers present for today's last session of faculty development program. I would like to introduce myself. I am Shinde Bhausai from RBNB College, Sirampur. Today, I am here to give the feedback on 7 days faculty development program on pedagogical and curriculum development for computer science teachers. First of all, I am very thankful to Honorable Principal of CMCS College, Dr. S.N. Shinde, and Coordinator Amit Sir and his team for organizing such a nice program, which will be definitely good for us in upcoming days. As far as this 7 days faculty development program is concerned, I would say it was very informative and research oriented, and all the subjects which are included in PG syllabus will be useful for the students for enriching their knowledge in the field of computer science. All the sessions were informative one. Each speaker of each session gave a valuable guidance to the concerned topic and also explained the concept regarding to the session's themes. I would like to conclude that the sessions are very informative and research oriented one and will help to students to achieve their goals in the field of computer science. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kirti ma'am and Shinde sir, for your valuable, we can say, feedback. We definitely respect your
Hello,
feedback.
ma'am.
Yeah, yeah, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am, I also want to say about the FDP. I want to give the
Yeah,
feedback
yeah.
about the FDP. Can I give?
Yes, ma'am, you can. Yeah, you can surely. Sheetal
Can I?
ma'am, na?
Yeah,
You
ma'am.
can surely. Yeah. Continue, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Hello?
Myself, Professor
Yeah.
Sheetal Ghotekar. Yes, is I'm audible, ma'am?
Yeah, you are audible, ma'am. You can continue.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your kind
Hello?
words.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Myself, Professor Sheetal Ghotekar. I am from MIT College, Alandi. I would like to thank, first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Shinde sir because I am the student of Shinde sir. Shinde sir is my best teacher in my life.
Okay.
I was in a KTHM college, studying in KTHM college, FYSY and TY, third year BSc Computer Science, and Shinde sir were there for me teaching. Teaching of sir is very excellent, and fortunately, again I meet with the sir from last 7 days. So I'm very happy as a part of this FDP, and I'm really thankful to CMCS College and Savitribai Phule Pune University for selection of myself in this very informative FDP. So Shinde sir, I thank you to you also. And I would also like to thank to the backbone of the FDP like Shinde sir, Amit Mogal sir, and entire FDP team for time to time support and motivation to be active part of this FDP. And really sir, all the dignitaries, means all the session heads and all the resource persons are really very knowledgeable, and they share their knowledge as per their point of view in very good and excellent manner, and which we can implement in our MSc syllabuses and all. So I really thankful to each and every member in organization committee like Mogal sir, Sagar Chitte sir, Vibhavari madam, and Aher sir and all also. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to put my words to you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sheetal ma'am. Hope you have enjoyed the 7 days. A wonderful
Yes.
treat for you. Huh?
Yes,
Actually,
yes,
this
yes.
served by CMCS College, Computer Science Department in association with HRDC SPPU. Thank you so much, Sheetal ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
So, hope the participants have done with their feedback. If anyone would like to have the feedback, you are most welcome, or else we are going to proceed with the session. Thank you, dear participants, for your wonderful and inspirational feedback. To continue with the session, the fragrance of the flowers spread only in the direction of the wind, but the goodness of a person spreads in all directions. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to have with us Dr. Jyoti Yadav ma'am on behalf of Chairman BOS and Department of Head Computer Science Savitribai Phule Pune University to grace this valedictory function. I now humbly request ma'am to enlighten this function with your precious views. Over to Jyoti ma'am.
Thank you, Vibhavari.
Thank you so much. You can continue, ma'am. You're most welcome.
Yes. Gratitude is one of the least articulate of the emotions, especially when it is deep. With these words, on behalf of Head Department of Computer Science, BOS Chairman Professor Dhole sir, I'm here to just sum up what we have done in this FDP. So, as you know that a teacher takes a hand, opens a mind and touches a heart. So we need to enrich these teachers. So faculty development program is one such program which will enrich these teachers with the different knowledge. And you know that with the unprecedented growth of institutions in the past so many decades, there are affiliated to SPPU. There are many colleges coming up, but there is a significant shortage of updated and well-trained faculties, and which in turn poses a great challenge to the quality of education provided to the students. Because of this, many educational institutions are finding it difficult to maintain the education standards, as just providing the state-of-the-art infrastructure alone is not enough. But having the right faculty is equally important. So faculty development refers to a range of activities that are perceived to help the academicians in improving their professional skills, so that it will help them to carry out their teaching, learning, and research activities. So faculties have to play a most important role in shaping a student's career. And in order to enrich these faculty members with the latest technology, the CMCS college, led by Dr. S.N. Shinde and the coordinator Amit Mughal, have done a really brilliant job of conducting this FDP. And this is more for the computer science branch, because we know that we witness a lot of innovative technologies arising every day in our field, right from Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, big data, data science, battlefield of things, underwater Internet of Things, deep learning, and so on. So with these emerging technologies, we have to train our students so that they are well versed with the latest technology and they stay ahead with all the other peers. So it's very necessary to take efforts in this direction, so that we can make the faculty skilled in the latest technologies, and they should try and make them integrate more technologies into their teaching and learning activity. So with this, with the overall objective of enhancing the skills of the faculty, I really thank the efforts put in by Dr. S.N. Shinde and Amit Mughal and his entire team to bring this FDP to a success. It's really difficult, as you have all mentioned, that it's really difficult, and there is a lot of efforts that go into organizing such FDPs, right from uploading an application to HRDC, and then doing the follow-up, getting the grant sanction, getting the respective funds, because colleges really fall short of such funds, because organizing and paying the resource person involves a lot of funds. So getting such financial support from the university and actually putting down and implementing, hunting for resource persons, implementing the entire FDP, the plan, and it's really tiring. And really thank to Mughal sir for his untiring efforts and helping all the faculty to stay updated. So I really thank on behalf of Dhole sir, and since he was busy with some lectures and some meetings, he could not join. But on his behalf, I would like to thank everybody, and last but not least, the entire participants for being such a wonderful audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this actually most required feedback. You and Dr. Dhole sir, Surve sir, have been a backbone of this faculty development program. And your words are definitely the indicators of your fluency and the potential that you have. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presence, kind presence. Towards concluding part, last but not the least, I kindly request my colleague, the senior most faculty of CMCS College and the head of Computer Science Department, Mr. D.W. Ahir sir, to present vote of thanks. Over to Ahir sir.
Hello, good afternoon all. On behalf of CMCS College, I am thankful to all eminent speakers, Mr. Kunal Pagaria, Mr. Sachin Deshpande, Mr. Dr. Reena Bharti, Mr. Sudarshan Krishna Kumar, Miss Shivani, Mrs. Madhuri Deshpande, Dr. Jyoti Yadav, Dr. Chitra Desai, Dr. Sanjay Dole, Head of Department of Computer Science SPPU, and all respected BOS members for their active participation in entire FDP program. I am also thankful for our parent institute, MEP Samaj, and Secretary Srimati Nilimatai Pawar, and all management members for their support. We are extending thanks to HRDC SPPU and Dr. Sonone, Dr. Surve for giving us an opportunity to organize FDP. Principal of our CMCS college, Dr. S.N. Shinde, coordinator of FDP program, Professor A.K. Mogal sir, head of Department of Computer Science and Application, and all team members of organization committee. Last but not the least, all participants who had taken active part in all sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ahir sir. Here we conclude with the 7 days faculty development program organized by CMCS College and Computer Science Department in association with HRDC SPPU. To conclude, I would like to say this is just not the end of anything, but a beginning of new journey of life. May God bless you all with health, happiness, and the great achievements throughout your life. You all are very precious, so take good care of yourself and bye for now. Thank you so much for being wonderful and intellectual participants. Thank you so much.
Mughal sir, you may appeal
Over to Mughal
participants
sir.
to get the feedback through email if they are interested.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We have shared feedback link in WhatsApp group and in live chat also.
Thank you.
होस्टची चालू राहू द्या बाकी लेफ्ट कर. आणि व्हॉट्सअपला पण टाकून. अरे